Happy Janmāṣṭamī, Hare Krishna. Welcome to this auspicious occasion and online celebration. So right now we have Gandharvika Radha Mataji. She will be leading us into Chad and Krishna book reading. Gandharvika Radha Mataji, she manages the events at ISV, especially the Chad sessions. So in Chad, we recite shlokas, try to memorize them, and she is the main force behind conducting these sessions under the guidance of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhuji. Many devotees are connected and regularly reading scriptures based on that inspiration and the program that she is leading. And we are fortunate to have her association on this auspicious day. So let us join and participate in this session. Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Today, let's read from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10. Om Jnanaatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Go ahead, Balram, let's get started. Okay. Let's read both the Sanskrit verses and the translation. Just 1 second. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shrunu me paramam vachah Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Listen again, O mighty armed Arjuna, because you are my dear friend, for your benefit I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Name viduhu suragana prabhavam namaharshayah aham adirhi devanam maharshinam cha sarvashah." Anything? Okay, neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and sages. Yo mamajam anadim cha veti loka maheshwaram asammudaha samarteshu sarva papai pramuchyate. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme lord of all the worlds, he only, undeluded among men, is freed from all sins. Buddhirjnanam asammogaha kshama satyam damashamaha sukham dukkham bhavo bhavo bhayam cha bhayameva cha ahimsa samata tushtis tapodhanam yasho yashaha bhavanti bhava bhutanam matta eva pritakvidaha. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubts and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Maharshayah sapta purve chatvaro manavastata madbhava manasa jata esham loka imha prajaha. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other great sages and the Manus, progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them. Etam vibhutim yogam cha mamayo veti tattvataha so vikalpena yogena yujyate natra samshayah. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic power of mind engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. Aham sarvasya prabhavo mattha sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam budha bhava samanditaha. I am the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly know this engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. Macchitta madgata prana bodhayantah parasparam katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti cha ramanti cha. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam priti purvakam dadhami buddhi yogam tam yena mam upayanti te. To those who are constantly devoted to serving me with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. Teshamevanukampartam aham ajnanajam tamaha nashayami atma bhavasto jnanadipena bhaswata. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge the darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna Uvacha Param Brahma Param Dhamma Pavitram Paramam Bhavan Purusham Shashwatam Divyam Adidevam Ajam Vibhum Ahustvam Rishayah Sarve Devarshir Naradastata Asito Devalo Vyasaha Swayam Chaiva Bhavishime. Arjuna said, "You are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You're the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest." All the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyasa confirm this truth about you, and now you yourself are declaring it to me. सर्वमेतद्धृतं मन्ये यन्मां वदसि केशव न हि ते भगवान् व्यक्तिं vidurdevanadhanavaha. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth all that you have told me. Neither the demigods nor the demons, O Lord, can understand your personality. Swayam evatmanatmanam vetatvam purushottama bhuta bhavana bhutesha deva deva jagatpate. Indeed, you alone know yourself by your own internal potency, O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. वक्तुम् अर्हसि अशेषेण दिव्या हि आत्मविभूतयः याभिर्विभूतिभिर्लोकान् इमां त्वं व्याप्य तिष्ठसि. Please tell me in detail of your divine opulences by which you pervade all these worlds. Katam vidyam aham yogim tvam sada parichintayan keshu keshu cha bhaveshu Chintayosi Bhagavan Maya. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you and how shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Supreme Personality of Godhead? Vistarenatmano yogam vibhutim cha janardana bhuyaha kataya triptirhi shrinvato nasti me mritam. O Janardana, again please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you, for the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Hantate Katayishyami Divya hi Atma Vibhutayah pradanyatah kuru shreshta nasti anto vistarasya me. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, yes, I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulence is limitless. Aham Atma Gudakesha Sarvabhutashayastitaha Aham Adishcha Madhyam cha Bhutanam Anta eva cha. I am the super soul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. Adityanamaham Vishnu Jyotisham Raviram Shuman Marichir Marutamasmi Nakshatranam Aham Shashi. Of the Adityas I am Vishnu, of lights I am the radiant sun, of the Maruts I am Marichi, and among the stars I am the moon. Vedanam Sama Vedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasavaha Indriyanam Manaschasmi Bhutanam Chetana. Of the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra, the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in the living beings, I am the living force, consciousness. Rudranam Sankara Shankaraschasmi Vittesho Yaksha Rakshasam Vasunam Pavakaschasmi Meruhu Shikarinamaham. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of wealth Kuvera. Of the Vasus, I am fire Agni. And of the mountains, I am Meru. Purodasham cha mukyam mam vidhi partha brahaspatim senaninam aham skandaha sarasamasmi sagaraha. Of priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief Brahaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya, and of the bodies of water, I am the ocean. Maharshinam Brihuragam Giramasmi Ekamaksharam Yajnanam Japa Yajñosmi Stavaranam Himalayah. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting of the holy names Japa. And of the immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Ashwata sarva vrikshanam devarshinaam cha naradaha gandharvanam chitrarataha siddhanam kapilo munihi. Of all the trees, I am the banyan tree, and of the sages, I am the demigods. Of all the trees, I am banyan tree, and of the sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitraratha, and among perfected beings, I am the sage Kapila. Uchchaishravasam Ashwanam Viddimam Amrutodbhavam Airavatam Gajendranam Naranam cha Naradipam. Of horses know me to be Uchchaishrava, produced during the churning of the ocean for nectar. Of lordly elephants, I am Airavata, and among men, I am the monarch. Ayudanam aham vajram denunam asmi kamaduk prajanashasmi kandarpaha sarpanam asmi vasukihi. Of the weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am Surabhi. Of causes for procreation, I am Kandarpa, the god of love. And of serpents, I am Vasuki. Anantaschasmi naganam varuno yadasamakam pitrinam aryamachasmi yamaha samyamatamaham. Of the many hooded nagas, I am Ananta. Among the aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of departed ancestors, I am Aryama. And among the dispensers of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Prahaladashasmi daityanam Kalaha kalayatamaham mriganam cha mrigendroham vainate yascha pakshinam. Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahalada. Among subduers, I am time. Among beasts, I am the lion. Among birds, I am Garuda. Pavanaha pavatamasmi ramaha shastra bhritamaham Jashanam Makarashasmi Shrotasamasmi Jhanavi. Of purifiers I am the wind, of the wielders of weapons I am Rama, of fishes I am the shark, and of the flowing rivers I am the Ganges. Sarganamadirantashya madhyam chaivaham arjuna adhyatma vidya vidyanam vadaga pravadatamaham. Of all creations, I am the beginning and in the end and also the middle, O Arjuna. Of all sciences, I am the spiritual science of the self, and among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Aksharanam akaurasmi द्वन्द्वः समासिकस्य च अहम् एवाक्षयः कालो धाताहं विश्वतोमुखः. Of the letters, I am the letter A, and among the compound words, I am the dual compound. I am also inexhaustible time, and of creators, I am Brahma. Mrityu sarvas harashakam udbhavasya bhavishyatam कीर्तिः श्रीर्वाक् च नारीणां स्मृतिर्मेधा धृतिः क्षमा. I am all devouring death, and I am the generating principle of all that is yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. बृहत् सामा तथा साम्नां गायत्री छन्दसामहं मासानां मार्गशीर्षोऽहं ऋतूनां कुसुमाकरः. Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am the Brihat Sama. Of poetry, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am Margashirsha. And of the seasons, I am the flower-bearing spring. द्यूतं चलयतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनामहं जयोऽस्मि व्यवसायोऽस्मि सत्वं सत्त्ववताम् aham. I am also the gambling of cheats. Of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory, I am adventure, and I am the strength of the strong. ऋषीणां वासुदेवोऽस्मि पाण्डवानां धनञ्जयः मुनीनामपि अहं व्यासः Kavina Kavihi. Of the descendants of Rishi, I am Vasudeva, and of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among the great thinkers, I am Ushana. Dandodamayatamasmi, Nitirasmi, Jigichatam, Maunam Chaivasmi, Guhyanam, Jnanam, Jnanavatamaham. Among all the means of suppressing lawlessness, I am punishment. Of all those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silence. And of the wise, I am the wisdom. Yachapi sarva bhutanam bijam tadaham arjuna na tadasti vinayatsyan maya bhutam characharam. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. Nantosti mama divyanam vibhutinam parantapa yeshu tu deshatah prokto vibhutir vistaro maya. O mighty conqueror of enemies, there is no end to my divine manifestation. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. यद्यद् विभूतिमत्सत्त्वं श्रीमद् ऊर्जितमेव वा तत्तद् एवावगच्छत्वं मम तेजोंस sambhavam. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Atava bahunaitena kimnyatena tavarjuna vishtabhyaham idam kritsnam ekamshena stito jagat. But what need is there, Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge? With a single fragment of myself, I pervade and support this entire universe. Om Tat Sat. Now that we have seen how Krishna manifests in this world through various prominent beings, let's go more closer and read the activities that he performs when he comes into this world along with his devotees. So let's start reading the Krishna book. And today, the whole day, many devotees would be reading the Krishna book, various pastimes from various chapters and all the activities that the Lord performs. Can you go ahead and display it, Balram? Yes. Dedication. So Prabhupada dedicates this book to his father, Gaur Mohan De. To my father, Gaur Mohan De, a pure devotee of Krishna who raised me as a Krishna conscious child from the beginning of my life. In my boyhood ages, he instructed me how to play mridanga. He gave me Vigraha to worship, and he gave me Jagannath Ratha to duly observe the festival as my childhood play. He was kind to me, and I imbibed from him the ideas later on solidified by my spiritual master, the Eternal Father, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Because of Prabhupada, I have been thinking this point like for the past few days. Because of Prabhupada, many of us at least came to know about Krishna, even though we are born in India. And Prabhupada is dedicating that gratitude to his father who introduced him to Krishna consciousness and also to his spiritual master. Let's move on. Everybody is looking for Krishna. Some don't realize that they are, but they are. Krishna is God, the source of all that exists, the cause of all that is, was, or ever will be. As God is unlimited, he has many names: Allah, Buddha, Jehovah, Rama. All are Krishna, all are one. God is not abstract. He has both the impersonal and the personal aspects to his personality, which is supreme, eternal, blissful, and full of knowledge. As a single drop of water has the same qualities as an ocean, so has our consciousness the quality of God's consciousness. But through our identification and attachment with material energy, physical body, sense, pleasures, material possessions, ego, etc., our true transcendental consciousness has been polluted, and like a dirty mirror, it is unable to reflect a pure image. With many lives, our association with the temporary has grown. This impermanent body, a bag of bones and flesh, is mistaken for our true self, and we have accepted this temporary condition to be final. Through all ages, great saints have remained as living proof that this non-temporary permanent state of God consciousness can be revived in all living souls. Each soul is potentially divine. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, steady in the self, being freed from all material contamination, the yogi achieves highest perfectional stage of happiness in touch with the supreme consciousness. Yoga, a scientific method for God realization, is the process by which we purify our consciousness, stop further pollution, and arrive at the state of perfection, full knowledge, full bliss. If there is God, I want to see him. It is pointless to believe in something without proof. And Krishna consciousness and meditation are methods where you can actually obtain God perception. You can actually see God and hear him, play with him. It might sound crazy, but he's actually there, actually with you. There are many yogic paths, Raja, Jnana, Hatha, Kriya, Karma, Bhakti, which are all acclaimed by the masters of each method. Swami Bhaktivedanta is, as his title says, as Bhakti Yogi, following the path of devotion by serving God through each thought, word, and deed, and by chanting of his holy names. The devotee quickly develops God consciousness by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One inevitably arrives at Krishna consciousness. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. I request that you take advantage of this book, Krishna, and enter into its understanding. I also request that you make an appointment to meet your God now through the self-liberating process of yoga union and give peace a chance. George Harrison. So with this introduction, we'll have a short Kirtan by Govinda Prabhu followed by reading of Krishna book. So let's hear on Janmāṣṭamī day and experience the nectar. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Govinda Mataji. Now we will have Kirtan led by His Grace Govinda Prabhu. So Govind Prabhu, he leads the kirtans at homes on occasions like birthdays, wedding anniversaries, or
Prabhu, your
purification
voice is breaking up
processes.
a little.
Sorry, Prabhu.
It's a little hard to hear you, Prabhu.
Can you hear me now?
Well, your voice is coming out just shaky.
Your voice is breaking up. We can't hear you clearly.
Okay, so can you go ahead and make the announcement? My internet may not be good.
Sure, Prabhu. So right now we will be having a kirtan led by Govind Prabhu, and Govind Prabhu is such an amazing devotee, and he's so inspiring to all of us here, and so we can pass it on. We can't hear you, Govind Prabhu.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'll do a short kirtan, and thank you for the opportunity. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we'll do another short one. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gaur Premanande, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai. Thank you very much, dear Lord.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Govind Prabhu, for such melodious Kirtan. You took us yesterday night into very soothing Kirtan, and today, again, you are setting the mood for Janmāṣṭamī. I'd like to welcome all of you for Janmāṣṭamī celebrations. Happy Janmāṣṭamī to all of you. Now we are moving to Bhoga Arati by Ananya Radhika Mataji, Shamarupa Prabhu, and Balram. So yesterday we heard the glories about Bhoga Arati from Koladeep Prabhu. And now is the time we are going to relish it with this full meaning understood. And let's sing with it with a heart, like we have to sing it to Krishna, Shri Radha Madan Mohan, with all our heartful offering to them. And who can be the perfect one to give this rendition than other than our own Ananya Radhika Mataji, a voice that comes down from Gandharvas. It's beautiful. It's just hold on to your seat and just lean down and just listen to this beautiful Bhoga Arati, Ananya Radhika Mataji. And Balram is going to help with the Mridanga. And Shamrupa Prabhu with the Kartal. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. We can't hear you, Mataji. I would request the host to make Mataji as a co-host.
She is the co-host, Mataji. I think there might be a problem with the mic on their end because they are unmuted.
Okay. And they also want to share the slides. So would any of the host, Aprabhay or Advait, be able to share in the background? That's a request from the presenter. Okay. Thank you.
Harival, can you hear us?
Yes, Prabhu, we can hear you now.
Hare Krishna. Yes, we can hear you.
Mic and then do some testing.
Now we cannot hear you.
We can hear you again, Prabhu, a little bit.
Hare Krishna.
Yes, we can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji, for your introduction. So today we'll continue celebrating Janmāṣṭamī and we'll be singing. We'll continue singing glories of Radha and Krishna. And just because our presiding deity of ISV is Shri Radha Madan Mohan, I thought of choosing this particular song. Instead of doing Bhoga Arati song, I just chose this particular song, which actually describes the beautiful features of Shri Madan Mohan, and it sets up the mood. Like during this pandemic time, we are all in a meditative mood. We are all meditating on Krishna in our mind. We are offering our services more in Manasa Seva at this time. So I thought that we can be more meditative in imagining Radha and Krishna being worshipped by the different devotees, and their features explained, how it is, how the features of Lord Shri Madan Mohan, how he's looking, and how the whole ambience is. So this is a very beautiful song which describes all that. So today, so I'll beg for permission from all of you to present this song for the pleasure of their lordships and for all of you. Kindly sing with us, and please be muted and sing with us so that we can continue. And thank you all so very much for joining us. Jayo Jayo Radha Krishna Yugala Milana. Jayo Jayo Radha Krishna Yugala Arati karo ye lali Tadi sakhi gana Arati karo ye lali Tadi sakhi gana Arati karo ye Madana Mohana Rupa Tribhanga Sundara
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 Pitambara Shiki Pucha Juda Manohara Pitambara Shiki Pucha Juda Manohara Pitambara Lalita Madhava Vami Vrishabhanu Kanya Lalita Madhava Vami Vrishabhanu Kanya Shunila Vashana Gauri Rupe Gune Dhanya Shunila Vashana Gauri Rupe Gune Dhanya Shunila Nana Vida Alankara Gari Jalamala Nana Vida Alankara Gari Jalamala Harimana Vimohana Bhagana Ujjvala Harimana Vimohana Harimana Vimohana Bhagana Ujjvala Harimana Vishakadi Sakhi Gana Nana Rage Gan शाखादी सखी गना नाना रागे गाय प्रिय नरमा सखी जत चामर डुलाय प्रिय नरमा प्रिय नरमा सखी जत चामर डुलाय श्री राधा माधव पद सरसी जराश्रे श्री राधा माधव पद सरसी जराश्रे भक्ति विनोद सखी कवि सुखे भाषे भक्ति विनोद सखी कवि सुखे भाषे जायो जायो राधा कृष्णा जुगला मिलाना जायो जायो राधा कृष्णा युगला मिलाना आरती करो ए लली कवि सखी गाना आरती करो ए लली कवि सखी गाना हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jayo Jayo Radha Krishna, Yugala Milana. Jayo Jayo Radha Krishna, Yugala Milana. Arati karo elari, Radhi Sakhi Gana. Arati karo elari, Radhi Sakhi Gana. Madana Mohana Rupa, Vibhanga Sundara. Madana Mohana Madana Mohana Rupa, Vibhanga Sundara.
Madana Mohana Rupa,
Pitambara Chiti Pucha, Chura Manohara. Jayo Jayo Radha Krishna, Yugala Milana. Jayo Jayo Radha Krishna, Yugala Milana. Arati karo elali, Radhi Sakhi Gana. Arati karo elali, Thank you for singing with us this Arati. So now we'll continue with Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So we'll sing in Rag Desh. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So now we'll move on to the last tune. We'll do the last tune and then we'll finish it. Finish our presentation of today. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu. Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu. Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu. Jaya Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu, Mahaprabhu, Jaya Mahaprabhu. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Ananta Dev, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Ananta Dev. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Ananta Dev, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Ananta Dev, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Ananta Dev. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Ananta Dev. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, Gurudev, Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mataji. This is so amazing, Kirtan, like out of the world. Mataji, just for those who don't know, Mataji is also a trained singer. She has been learning singing since her childhood, and she's using all her talents to actually spread Krishna consciousness. She participates in Kirtan mellows, and not only that, she's also teaching kids how to sing in full devotion to Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan. She conducts singing classes, harmonium classes as a part of Vedic Academy. So grateful to you, Mataji. I wish I can be your student sometime. And thank you so much, Shyam.
For the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shyam Rupa Prabhu, for such meditative Kirtan and following of Mataji in the Kirtan. So thank you so much, Balram.
Janmāṣṭamī Mahamahotsav ke
Jai. Thank you very much. Thank you, Apramay, for hosting this event. And thank you to Balram, who had also hosted previous event. So these kids are really doing amazing, and all round the clock they are hosting. So much in ecstasy. This shows how Janmāṣṭamī is just taking over all of us. Hare Krishna. Now we're going to move to the next section, which is a series of 2 workshops. This workshop is actually to prepare ourselves for tomorrow's Prabhupada Vyasa Puja. How wonderful it would be that we learn from these expert cooks on how to prepare a delicacy for Srila Prabhupada's pleasure. So first workshop would be by Ujjvala Rasa Mataji from 1 to 2:30. So that will be for the kids on how to cook simply wonderful. I welcome Ujjvala Rasa Mataji, and thank you very much, Mataji, for sharing your precious
Hare
time.
Krishna.
And,
Jai
yes,
Srila
so
Prabhupada.
I'm sure everybody knows about Ujjvala Rasa Mataji. She leads massive Sunday feast cooking in ISV. She's one of the best cooks of ISV. Not only that, I love her dancing. I love to dance with her. The best thing I love about her is her hugs and her smiling face. She's very loving, simple heart, and pure-hearted devotee. So let's learn from her. Simply wonderful. And if you have any questions, the best way would be that you can, if you have any questions in the recipe, how to go on, so you can just type in the chat, and then I'll let Mataji answer like when she wants and how. So let the flow be smooth. And if you have any questions on Facebook, YouTube, please post your questions on ISV library. I'll let you, Mataji, go ahead. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So we have everyone, or we want to wait for some time before we start? We can start?
I think we can start, Mataji.
Okay. Okay. So Balram, yeah. Oh, okay. I need to know. Okay. Hari Bol everyone, Dandvat Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada. So it's just my good fortune that I'm just able to serve the devotees, and if kids can learn a little bit and they can offer this for Prabhupada's appearance day, that will be very nice. Simply Wonderfuls are the sweet which Prabhupada actually he really liked to distribute during when he was in New York. And it's a very simple dish. I hope, and we will try making a couple of different varieties. I'll show you the main, which is just the normal one. And then we'll have two other ones with the flavors. So yes, we can start with that. Hari Bol. So, yes, Balram. Can you keep my...
No, the temple is closed because of the COVID situation. But the celebrations for the Janmāṣṭamī are going on. There are few devotees in the temple, and they are doing all the celebrations, and we are live broadcasting everything.
Sorry for the interruption. Please continue.
That's fine. I understand. Okay, but can we have the which one is this one? We'll just have yeah, that's correct. Okay. So I hope everybody is okay. I have all my ingredients ready here, so we can just if you can see. So we'll start with just shifting our sugar in the bowl. So we will need a hand blender, or you can use a white stand mixture, whichever you would like. That is fine. We can use any of that. So we'll start with butter. Yes. So we'll just put our butter, half cup butter, in the stand mixture or in your hand blender.
Balram, can you spotlight the video that says part, so we can, it'll be easier to see?
Sure. One second.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so this is half cup butter. Now I'm adding my half cup sugar in here. We have a half cup sugar. So I'll just take this out. because I need to shift. I need to just see it. If you have any questions, you can just ask in middle. That's fine. And we are just putting our sugar in butter. This is just a powdered sugar, as we mentioned.
How much powdered sugar? Half cup, right?
It's half cup. I just measured half cup here. And we are just steaming in.
Yeah, Balram put the recipe in the chat.
And then we can just put this here. And now we are just gonna slowly start with just getting it incorporated with the butter and sugar. Butter is one of the most favorite thing of Krishna. So anything, any sweet you cook for Krishna, ghee or butter is one very good thing to add. So we need to make it, all the sugar should be incorporated with butter. And slowly I'm increasing the speed.
Hare Krishna Mataji, what's the speed for this?
What is it?
What is the speed?
Speed I'm going with like right now I'm going for 6. Between 4 and 6. Once you see all the sugar is melted, then you can increase your speed a little bit to make it like look nice and fluffy.
Hare Krishna, Ujjvala. This is Braja.
Yes.
I have a question. Is regular sugar powdered in a blender, or is it like any other sugar?
We get the powdered sugar, you know, the icing sugar ones which we get from Whole Foods. You can try with the powder, but you'll need to really do a nice powdered sugar for the
If you
regular
have
sugar.
you have to blend it to a very fine powder.
Yes, I think that would also work. Only thing is it should be very fine, because the if it's little bit hard, you know, it will give you crunch in it.
Okay.
Sugar needs to be dissolved nicely with butter.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes. So as you can see now, butter is almost like, you know, soft, and sugar is all gone. But when whisk it, it becomes nice and fluffy.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Yes.
If we don't have a stand mixer, can we use hand blender?
Yes, Mataji, I said hand blender or a stand mixture.
Okay.
Whichever you have, that's fine.
Okay.
I have a stand mixture, that's why I'm using stand mixture.
Mm-hmm.
But hand blender is perfectly fine.
Okay. Thank you, Mataji.
Yes. I'm just using everything together to just give it a nice quick blend. So right now it is on full speed. It looks like this is done, and I'll wait till you guys are okay with, then we can continue with the next step.
No, we don't use eggs.
We are complete vegetarian. Our food does not have any egg, no onion, no garlic. As you can see, it's nice and fluffy.
Wait, did we add anything else other than sugar and the butter? Did we add anything else?
Right now, it's just sugar and butter, nothing else in it.
Haribol Ujjvala Mataji, we really love your recipes.
Thank you. I hope if you can make this for Srila Prabhupada, I think they will be very excited to have it.
Sure.
So now this is 1 cup of milk powder. As you can see, I'm just gonna put this in. And now I'm just gonna just mix it.
Hare Krishna Mataji, did we add anything else other than the butter and the sugar?
Now I just added this is milk powder.
Oh.
This is a milk powder which I showed you, 1 cup.
Wait, what, Mataji, what do you mean by any milk powder is fine?
Means any brand is okay, Mataji, milk powder or what else?
No, it's fine. I just have my, I got it from Indian store, milk mawa powder. But any milk powder would work in here, Mataji.
Even everyday milk powder also is fine, Mataji.
Yes, it should be fine. The milk mawa powder, it has little more of it's heavy milk powder, so it gives more fatty.
Okay, Mataji.
But everything should work. So now we have our main batch ready. And
Ananya, did you blend it after putting the milk powder or you done?
No, we just mixed it.
I just mixed it with a spatula.
Nestle is okay? Nestle milk powder?
Yeah, that's fine. So now, see, it's little crumbly right now. We should add a milk at this point actually, but since we are making different flavors, I'm not going to add the milk right now. And if you would, this will make up 12 to 15 pieces, medium, small size ones. So now we are gonna divide this in 3. I will just take 1 part. No, we don't need a weighing scale, just approximately, that's fine. And you can do just 1 flavor of anything, that is also fine.
Wait, what do you mean by what about 15? $50 pieces.
15, 1-5. So this one, I'm gonna put it back here. So now again with a hand blender, I'm just gonna add I'll add 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla essence in this one.
Wait, so you're adding vanilla now?
Yeah, vanilla essence. And now I'm gonna add 1 tablespoon of cocoa powder or carob powder. Yes. And I'll add 1 more tablespoon of desiccated coconut here. And we'll give a quick stir again. With the cocoa powder, we can make it a chocolate flavor. This is what we are doing. You can use cocoa powder or you can use a carob powder if you don't want to use a cocoa powder. So in this one part right now, 1/3 part of the main recipe we just took is 1 tablespoon of cocoa powder, 1 tablespoon of desiccated coconut, and 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla essence. So now this looks good. I'm just gonna scrape it off from my bowl. Okay, it looks like we can add some more coconut here. So I think we can add a little, maybe 1 more tablespoon of coconut I'll add here. Yes. And I will add some almonds. If you want, you can add. If you don't want, you don't have to add it. But I find it it gives me a taste of kind of chocolate. So I'm just gonna add some sliced almonds in that. If you want, you can put whole almonds. If you want, you can put a sliced one. You can do as many as flavors as you want, as many as options you can think of. This is just some examples I'm going to be showing here. So now this dough is ready. And we are just going to make this one. If you do not like coconut, you can skip the coconut part.
She's asking for strawberry.
For strawberry, you need to just cook it down with sugar a little bit, make a syrup. I'll show you one orange recipe. You can just use that one, something like that. You have to cook down the strawberry, and then we can add it in the main one. And then we can use it as a strawberry. And you can even add some fresh strawberry pieces with that.
Okay, vanilla essence was 1/4 teaspoon, and then cocoa powder was 1 tablespoon.
You can give your shape. It's up to you. And to make it a little more nicer, you can just put 1 more almond here.
Upper May just put the recipe.
Mataji, in this recipe that you've don't mix, is it for this?
Yeah, we still have.
Yes, we have.
So your dough is thicker than mine. Mine is still like loose. I add more milk powder.
No, Mataji, then it will become sweet if you add more milk powder. Was your butter melted, Mataji, by any chance?
No, it was very soft.
It was on room temperature, right?
Yeah.
So, do you want to just do hand blending a little more when it becomes nice and fluffy? Then
got it.
Ujjvala Rasa Mataji, the butter, if it is not in room temperature, can we just microwave it or we should wait for the room temperature?
Mataji, if we melt it, it's not gonna give you the texture. It will start, the fat will start losing out of the mixture. And yeah, that's why we mentioned we need a room temperature. But you know what? If that, just put in the microwave for like 10 seconds because it's just one stick, right?
Yeah.
So just open it up and put it for 10 seconds. Don't let it melt at all. Just it gets little soft. We can use it.
Okay, good idea. Thank you.
And,
I'll do
and
that.
rather than adding the sugar first, let just the butter just do the blending of the butter first.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
Should I still try to blend it a little bit more, Mataji, if I show you what I have?
Please, Mataji, yeah, sure.
You see?
Wait, no, that's ours.
I can't see you, Mataji.
Oh, you can't see me?
Mataji, I think your video is not.
Okay. Yeah. Mataji, I think, can you just take off your background because...
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Okay.
Madam, can you spotlight on? Is it dry?
Yeah, it's dry and
yes.
It's crumbly.
Yes. It will be crumbly.
Okay.
When you mix it with hand, your hand heat will make it nice and soft.
Okay.
So don't worry about it because the more you because our pawns have pretty heat in it.
Okay.
So that will
this for some time and it should become like yours.
Yes. You just do it with hand a little bit of just give it a little massage and it will come out proper.
Okay.
And if you feel that, you can just put, if it's too crumbly you feel, just put half teaspoon of milk in it.
Okay. Actually, it's starting to bind. You're right.
Yes, it will. Because the sugar, butter and milk powder.
Okay.
When we have it a heat in it, if you put this in the fridge, it will be very... the soft ones. Yeah. If you put it in fridge, it will be very hard. I prefer to leave it outside. But if you want to like save it for more time, just put it in fridge and you can just remove some time before you want to offer it, or if you have already offered to just have it, just take it out from the fridge, just maybe half an hour, 45, like what we do for butter, right? To make it on a room temperature. Yeah.
Okay. This is what I got.
See, I can show you mine, Mataji. Okay. See, you can see the grease in my hand. Can you see the grease?
Wait, no, it's not spotlighted.
Yeah. Yes.
See, yes. So you should be having greasy hands probably because the butter will start melting in your hands. If you do not have that, you can just add little milk.
Okay, Mataji, thank you.
Okay, Mataji, can you see here? Like, is this fine? It's greasy only.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yes, Mataji. It looks good.
Okay, thank you.
So now you can have innumerous ways to make this. I just made this cylindrical. The next one will make it a little bit in a disc shape. But this one you can make it as a balls also.
You can do any shape.
Your choice. And I'll show you one after. I even have some kind of, which you can just give it a little design on it. We can do it on the different one. So I guess we are done with this. If you have any questions, you can ask, and I'll wait for 5 more minutes to start with the second option. So we can just take this aside as we are done with this one.
Mataji, sorry, I just joined right now. Could you please tell me the steps really quickly?
Mataji, you're on mute.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay.
So who's that? Can I see you? Hari bol.
So, Mataji, I joined late, so
okay. So till now we have blended the butter and sugar, half cup butter which is on room temperature, and I have it has to be unsalted butter and half cup of sugar which we just steam. The measurements are Balram, if you can just show the measurements once right now.
Yeah, he sent them.
So that way, just blend in hand mixture or a stand mixture, hand blender or stand mixture. And then I added coconut. So that part you can go ahead, just make the main batch and then we'll continue with the second one. And we can just, I can let you know the first part later. We just added some cocoa powder, some desiccated 1 tablespoon of cocoa powder, 2 tablespoons of coconut powder, dry coconut, and some almond nuts if you want to add, and 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla essence. And then we combine.
Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji, your other camera, it's
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so now this is 1/3 again. I'm gonna just take this on the side. We are gonna use this later. And now for this one, we'll do the original, the main, what is regular recipe. I'm taking the saffron here. It's about 8 to 10 strains of saffron. And I'm gonna add sorry.
Wait.
I'll add 1 teaspoon of milk in this one. So it will, and I'll give it a stir. So it gives nice yellow color. A natural yellow color here.
Mataji,
So
could not see the.
Yeah. Now we can see.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay, just about 8
When you
to
mix
10.
milk with the
No,
when you
8
mix
to
milk
10.
with the butter and then the That's not butter.
No. 8 to 10 strands of saffron and 1 teaspoon of milk, and you just mix that.
Okay, so now this saffron milk is ready. So we are gonna add this saffron milk here.
Was the milk warm, Mataji?
No, that's fine. Room temperature should be fine, Mataji, because if we add warm milk in this one, it will start losing its texture. So I've just taken it directly from the fridge and just added that one. So I'm just gonna rub everything. So I don't want to waste my saffron here. And I'm gonna add some pistachio and some almonds. This is totally optional. You can just do saffron, you can just do nuts, or you can just plainly just add the cardamom powder. And I'm gonna add 1/4 teaspoon of cardamom powder here. So you can just do saffron and cardamom. Since if Vedanta has a nut allergy, just do simple cardamom
and saffron, or even only cardamom would also be very nice. You don't have to add even saffron. As this one was already dry, with the milk, it's giving a nice softness here. As you can see, the more I will start kneading it, it will give me a little more moisture coming up. Since now it is moist, we can start making rolls here. As you can see, this is giving me a nice yellow color. I'm just gonna give it a just simple round shape here.
Hare Krishna, Ujjvala Mataji. If we don't have saffron, we can use food color.
You can use it, but Mataji, I would prefer don't use it. That's fine. You don't need to have a color. You can just use cardamom and nuts, or you can just use cardamom. That's fine.
Sure, Mataji.
See, all this what I'm adding is they are optional. Main is basic is just milk powder, butter, and sugar. You make that, and then you can come up with your own combinations. Like you like something different. After this, I'll just show you one fruit one. But in that one also, you can use numerous varieties and numerous combinations. It's up to totally you and what you would like to offer it to Prabhupada, and what you want to offer it to Lord Krishna. It doesn't matter that this is not like, okay, it has to be like this. This one, actually the original recipe is just with cardamom, nothing else. Just make the basic recipe and just add the cardamom a little bit and make the rolls. And that's it.
Mataji, you said we can add strawberry. How can we add strawberry?
Mataji, for strawberry, you will need to make a strawberry puree. And with sugar, you have to cook it down totally. You will have to completely, like, make it a very fine, thick gel kind of paste. Let it really simmer. And then you can add strawberry puree in the main mixture.
Okay, thank you.
But when you add the strawberry or something like as we'll do the fruit orange, what happens is it will become very moist. So now I have this one here, as you can see, and I'm just gonna put this. Balram, can you make the host for the spotlight on the part? And I'm just gonna press it a little hard, and it will give me a design here, as you can see.
This is also optional if you don't have them.
This is optional. I just have one of my friend. She just lended me to show it to you.
Mataji, if it becomes too soggy, what is the solution? Like, should I add milk powder?
No, Mataji, you can just put it back in the fridge for a while. I know it when we, as I said, when we do it with hands, it will become very soft.
Okay.
So it's just like you can just put it in fridge, remove it after like maybe about 5 to 10 minutes, and then you can just start making balls.
Okay.
For the fruit, will do that because that will give a lot of moisture in that.
Okay. Thank you, Mataji.
And Mataji, if we don't like your original recipe of half cup butter, half cup sugar, and 1 cup of milk powder, if I use this basic recipe, how much nuts and carob how I should add?
Carob is 1 tablespoon.
So right now we did 1/3 of it, right? So you can just increase the quantity by 3 times for everything. If you just simply want to make the carob or cocoa powder, use 3 tablespoons of cocoa powder for the entire recipe.
Okay,
and
got it. Thank you.
6 tablespoons of desiccated coconut. It's just multiplication, Mataji.
Yeah,
as
got it.
simple as that. This is just for, we are just doing it at different, you can have different kind of options. You can do just either one of them. You don't have to do everything. And if you want to make it a bigger pieces, that will be like, if you make bigger pieces, you will have less number of pieces. I usually prefer this small bites as there's a lot of sugar and butter. So now we can put away this one.
Does anybody have questions?
So we store them in the fridge, like for a longer shelf life, kind of, or should we leave them?
Can we put them in the fridge for longer shelf life?
Yeah, you can put it as milk powder. We are using milk powder, but not very long, I would suggest, as these are all perishable items, right? So, but yeah, 1 week, it should be fine. Okay. Is everyone okay with going for the next one now? And if you feel your Simply Wonderfuls are too soft, you can just put it in the fridge right now. As it just sits there, it will start getting a little hard. So it's up to you. You can just, if you're going to offer it tomorrow, just leave it and it should be fine. Now I'm going to do the orange one. So I have an orange here with me. I'm just going to grate a little bit to get the orange zest. We'll need about 1/4 teaspoon of orange zest in it because the zest is pretty strong as compared to normal.
Mataji, this juice oranges we have to use, or the small oranges we get the clementines?
Normal juice orange, the one which we get.
The video call.
Wait, sorry, Mataji, I couldn't hear.
Yes, this is just a normal orange. Navel orange is what I get it for juices. So I'm just using that.
I'm asking whether the small ones which are dark orange, they will work?
Yes, Mataji, that will also work.
Okay.
Because Mataji, can we also use lemon instead of orange, or would that be wrong?
Like orange will be little sweeter side, lemon would be little sour. So it's up to you. Lemon also works good with it because this is going to be acid sweet. So little sourness will give a nice flavor. So this is about 1/4 teaspoon of zest. And I'm just going to cut this one and just take almost 1 teaspoon of orange juice in here. That's it. If you are using lemon, you can just use half teaspoon because lemon has a stronger flavor. And since you want more stronger flavor for orange, you can add little more. And now we'll just give it a nice mix again. And if you want to give it a little more orange flavor, you can add little more orange zest in it because zest has more flavor than comparatively the juice. I just added the juice to give it a nice. Okay. Because if you keep on adding more juice, it will be very moist. And then making it will be more difficult.
Ujjvala, what other fruit flavors will be more suitable, like other than orange? Any other?
You can go with mango.
Okay.
Mango will be good. Then, as Mataji was saying, strawberry. You can even go with blueberry. Any berries would go with this.
So if you use mango, then you have to cook the mango pulp like too much more.
So mango is pretty thick and it is pretty. Strawberries are sour, so that needs to be cooked more, and it will be very liquid. If we use strawberry, it will be very liquid. For mango, if you just take the pulp of mango, that will be thick enough. So you can just use mango by itself. You can even add mango pieces to it to give it a little more flavor.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And now this is ready. As you can see, this is nice and very greasy, moisty. So this one,
the color will be very faint in this one.
Yeah, orange is not going to give you a lot of color. You can add a food color if you really want it. If you want, you can add some food color in it. But I would suggest, since if we are offering, if you don't want to add a food color, and this, I'm just gonna give it a little diamond shape. And as you can see, it's very soft. And after putting the shape, I'll just take off the side part. So it will give you a nice proper shape, which can show it. And if you don't have to do this, you can just roll it out. If you want to make a nice color, blueberries would be a nice one. That will give you a nice purplish color in this.
So contradictory. So contradictory. Blueberries mix purple.
Yeah.
Mataji, for the blueberry or the strawberry, in the same thing which has this lemon, the thing, we add the strawberry or blueberry pulp, or it is separate?
Mataji, for blueberries, strawberries, you will, because it will be very thin juice. So what you will need to do is, you have to make a puree and then add sugar and cook it on the stove top. Just cook it nicely till it becomes nice and thick. The water should be all gone.
You cook without sugar, right?
No, with sugar.
Ah, then it's like almost like a jam.
Yes, sort of like a jam. Because the thing, the berries are with a sour base.
Mm.
So if we just cook it without sugar, it's not gonna give you very nice with sugar. It will be better.
Okay.
So do we add some lemon to it, just like we put it in jams?
No, Mataji, because this is just that is lemon is for to give it as a preservative, right?
Yeah.
So we are not gonna preserve this, right? You can add a flavor if you like to have an enhanced flavor of lemon with it. You can add it, but it's not required.
And for mango, you said we can directly add pulp, right? No need to condense it with sugar by heating or something.
Yes, Mataji. Mango, because it's when you just make pulp in mango, it will be pretty thick and it's not a sour in nature, right? It doesn't have that much water content. Like strawberry, blueberries, they have kind of water content in it. They're antioxidant fruits. So that will be little, that's why we need to cook them. If we are using mango, if we are using, for India, you know, the chiku ones, if you know, I don't know, what is it called in English? I forgot the name. What is sip?
What? Sapota. It's called sapota, Mataji.
Yeah, sapota, right. So those ones are, you know, you can just make a puree and just add it to this. Those are the fruits which is sweet in nature, in actual nature. So that does not need to be cooked. You can just make a puree and just add directly to this one. Like even apple custard. That will also taste very good with this. You can just make a puree of apple custard after removing a pulp, because it will be very nice and thick. You don't have any water in it. So you can just, those kind of fruits can just directly just, that need not be cooked if you want to add it here. And in even orange, you can add any dry fruits on top of these. You can use some orange slices, just put some orange slice on this. That will also be fine as a decoration. Or you can even do, like, you know, the little bit of orange strands, you can take it out. Or you can add some almonds, orange almonds. That also goes well.
All these varieties are very unique, and Mataji, very nice you are showing us this, because we know just the basic or one or two variation, but you're showing a lot of varieties.
Mataji, this is all Hansa Priya Mataji. She comes up with a lot of varieties. She helps me out with all options.
For the carob one, what did you do, Mataji? The basic mixture, in that you added some carob powder. That's it.
I added for 1/3 of the measurement. I added 1 tablespoon of carob powder. I added 2 tablespoons of desiccated coconut, and 1/4 teaspoon of vanilla essence in that. So that will give you caramel and vanilla essence kind of thing. So all are like, this is just an idea, Mataji. And I know we have so many experts here. If you come up with something different ones, definitely do share your ideas. That will be very nice.
I like your idea of shaping them with the Sandesh molds.
Yes, Mataji.
Mataji, I just did with Modak mold.
Perfect, Mataji. And it's not necessary to have a mold, Mataji. You can do anything. You can just roll it out. You can just make, as you can see, just as a burfi kind of thing. You can just spread it around in the plate.
Also,
and just cut it out.
Like you see in the picture, there's not too many types of flavors. So if you don't have flavors, that's also okay. You can just put cardamom.
And just to give it a little bit more color, I'm just going to add some pistachio on top. Because I like color. You can even put just like, I'll show you. Give me a minute. So now what I'll show you for the orange, you can just use from this orange. We'll just take out some strands to put on top of it. These are really juicy orange, so getting the strands is like more work in here. If the oranges are not too juicy, it's easier. So this will enhance your flavor for orange. So from this one, orange, and so as you can see, I have my offering plate ready. I'm just gonna add all the flavors here. I'm just gonna offer these much here today, and I'm gonna leave some of them for tomorrow for Prabhupada appearance day. You can, since these are gonna be non-Ekadashi, these two you can offer it, and you can even have it for Janmāṣṭamī day. But this one is non-Ekadashi, since carob or cocoa powder we are using, and vanilla essence. And let me just These are very soft right now. Once they will just sit in there for some time, you'll start seeing that they are coming out. Now you can see this one, the ones which we made a little earlier with saffron. They have started coming out nice and little foam. They've started becoming foam. As you can see, this one is ready and my offering plate is ready. I hope I helped you or you were able to make something good.
Thank you, Ujjvala, for the detailed recipe with various variations. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna, Mataji. Thank you. Thank you very much. How about everybody who prepared this recipe along with Mataji can show on their screen? I can take a snapshot.
It's really wonderful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Kids enjoyed
Mataji.
it
Very
a
nice
lot.
recipe.
Yeah. I mean,
Hare
the
Krishna,
flavors are
Mataji,
great.
you're on mute.
We didn't know we can turn out with the same base so much of flavor, so many flavors. That's awesome. Kids enjoyed them a lot.
Hare Krishna,
Each
Mataji,
flavor.
you're on mute.
Thank you, Ujjvala. It was really my
Mataji,
team.
Hare Krishna.
Yes. Unmuted. Thank you everyone for coming and joining here.
Thank you.
Please show me if you have done some.
Yeah,
Wow.
please show it on your screen, everybody. I want to take a snapshot because Hansapriya Maji wants to put it in a picture.
Go get yours also. Play. Wow, see, this looks so nice.
Oh, wow, that's nice.
Very good job, Atyan. Wow, Vedanto, you look so nice. Vedant, they look really nice.
Maybe Balram, you can add them in a grid view and then so that I can take them in one snapshot. Not focusing.
Cut out.
Not focusing.
Yeah, I just took a snapshot. Everyone can show their again if they haven't shown.
Yeah, so gallery view. I'm just taking a quick print screen here. So.
All right.
There is someone with Gaurika name showing their sweets.
Yes.
Wow. Gaurika, so very nice.
I got it. Yes. Nice.
Good job, Gaurika.
Thank you.
Tomorrow you offer it to Prabhupada, okay?
Okay.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Mataji. I'd like to check with Charunamai Prabhu because he's observing the question answers on Facebook and YouTube. If any of our audience there has any questions.
Yes, sure, Mataji.
Hare Krishna, Mataji. Mataji,
Yes.
there is no question in Facebook as well as in YouTube, Mataji.
Okay, okay, neither in the comment section as well.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So everyone just appreciating Mataji's cooking skills, Mataji.
No problem.
Thank you so much, Radhika. And I think there's a request for sharing the recipe. Maybe you could share with me and then I can send it to all the participants who had registered.
Definitely, Mataji.
Yeah. And thank you so much because this will be such a wonderful offering by the kids to Prabhupada tomorrow.
Yes, definitely. And definitely do pray that we can serve to Lord Prabhupada and Gaur Nitai and Laddu Gopal, and we can serve in any manners.
Radhaji, you are exemplary for us, and
Thank you so much.
And
Thank you.
Then we would, if anybody has any questions to Mataji, anything.
Mataji,
I want to thank Ujjvala Rasa Mataji very much because I had heard about this recipe every time. I'd never had the guts to even make it. But thank you so much for nicely demonstrating it.
It's just it's just devotees' mercy that they feel that it was all thanks to you all to come and participate here.
You are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mataji. It's a pleasure actually. Even I worked with Nitai and he's enjoying it.
Thank you so much, Mataji, for trying out. Thank you, Nitai.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you, Mataji. Very nice recipe. We really enjoyed it.
Thank you, everyone. It was really nice. Now we are looking forward for kachoris with Govinda Priya Mataji.
Yeah, that will start at 2:30.
थैंक यू उज्ज्वला रसा मैंने भी ट्राई किया मैंने पहले भी ट्राई किया है पर आज का थोड़ा बेटर बना बिकॉज ऑफ योर गाइडेंस
No, Mataji. Thank you for coming in. Good. Hari bol.
Actually, Mataji, I just wanted to share that.
Yes, actually, he's like a full
yes.
So I have tried earlier this rose flavored with the rose syrup and also the peanuts and the cashew nuts ground. So that is another variation.
Yes, Mataji. As I said, you can come up with any number of combinations and permutations. This is just a small glimpse and example. You can just try with anything, like any different flavors, any different fruits or dry fruits. It's just whichever you would like. But thank you for sharing. That will be we can try something for that also. Rose syrup really sounds very nice. That will be something good to try. Thank you for sharing.
If there are any other questions?
Are we good?
Yes, Mataji. Thank you. And we start the next session at 2:30.
Hari bol.
And today's hosting was done by Balram. Thank you for
Thank you, Balram Apramay. Vanchakal Patro Vashya Kripa Sindhu Chapati Tanam Pavani Vaishnavi Jai. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Balram Apramay, if there is anybody who can do Kirtan, or if there is no one, then we can just take a break and then we can resume at 2:30. And you can just display that you'll be back by 2:30.
Mataji, actually, Radhika Mataji will come and read.
Okay, sounds good. Yes. Perfect.
Till 2:30.
Okay.
Thank you, Ananga Gopika Mataji.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mataji, for giving
Hari
the
bol.
Thank you.
The next session is at 2:30 or now itself?
It will start shortly. Radhika Mataji will come and
Sorry, can you be a little louder?
So Mataji, Radhika Mataji will do the Krishna book reading, and then we will resume at 2:30.
Okay.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Bhagavad Priya Mataji just called me.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Hare Krishna.
Yes. Yeah, we have a gap of 30 minutes now.
Okay. Okay. So I was just looking what to read from Krishna book. 1 second. Okay. 182. Is there a continuation or I can read anything?
Anything, Mataji. You can pick up a chapter.
Okay. Hare Krishna. We are reading from Krishna book, chapter 23, delivering the wives of the Brahmanas who performed sacrifices. Can I start?
Yes, Mataji. They're just displaying it, but in the meantime, you can get started. Yes.
Okay. The morning passed and the cowherd boys were
23 chapter.
Chapter 23. The morning passed and the cowherd boys were very hungry because they had not eaten breakfast. They immediately approached Krishna and Balaram and said, "Dear Krishna and Balaram, you are both all powerful. You can kill many, many demons, but today we are much afflicted with hunger and this is disturbing us. Please arrange for something that will mitigate our hunger." Requested in this way by their friends, Lord Krishna and Balaram arranged to show compassion to certain wives of Brahmanas who were performing sacrifices. These wives were great devotees of the Lord, and Krishna took this opportunity to bless them. He said, "My dear friends, please go to the house of the Brahmanas nearby. They are now engaged in performing the Vedic sacrifice known as Angi Rasa, for they desire elevation to the heavenly planets. All of you please go to them." Then Lord Krishna warned his friends, "These Brahmanas are not Vaishnavas. They cannot even chant our names Krishna and Balarama. They are very busy in chanting the Vedic hymns, although the purpose of Vedic knowledge is to find me. But because they are not attracted by the names of Krishna and Balaram, you had better not ask them for anything in my name. Better ask for some charity in the name of Balaram." Charity is generally given to high-class Brahmanas, but Krishna and Balaram did not appear in a Brahmana family. Balaram was known as the son of Vasudeva, a Kshatriya, and Krishna was known in Vrindavan as the son of Nanda Maharaj, who was a Vaishya. Neither belonged to the Brahmana community. Therefore, Krishna considered that the Brahmanas engaged in performing sacrifices might not be induced to give charity to a Kshatriya and Vaishya. But at least if you utter the name of Balaram, they may prefer to give charity to a Kshatriya rather than to me, because I am only a Vaishya. Being thus ordered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, all the boys went to the Brahmanas and began to ask for some charity. They approached them with folded hands and fell down on the ground to offer respect. "O earthly gods, kindly hear us, who are ordered by Lord Krishna and Balaram. We hope you know them both very well, and we wish you all good fortune. Krishna and Balaram are tending cows nearby, and we have accompanied them. We have come to ask for some food from you. You are all Brahmanas and knowers of religious principles. And if you think that you should give us charity, then give us some food, and we shall all eat along with Krishna and Balaram. You are the most respectable Brahmanas within the human society, and you are expected to know all the principles of religious procedure." Although the boys were village boys and were not expected to be learned in all the Vedic principles of religious ritual, they hinted that Because of their association with Krishna and Balaram, they knew all those principles. By addressing the Brahmanas as knowers of all religious principles, the boys expressed the point of view that when the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna and Balaram, were asking for food, the Brahmanas should immediately deliver some without hesitation, because, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita, one should perform yajna, sacrifices, only for the satisfaction of Vishnu. The boys continued, Lord Vishnu, as Krishna and Balaram, is standing waiting, and you should immediately deliver whatever food you have in your stock. They also explained to the Brahmanas when food is to be accepted and when it is not to be accepted. Generally, the Vaishnavas or pure devotees of the Lord do not take part in ordinary sacrificial performances, but they know very well the ceremonials called Diksha, Pashu Samstha, and Sautramani. One is permitted to take food after the procedure of Diksha and before the animal sacrificial ceremony and the Sautramani, or ceremony in which liquors are also offered. The boy said, we can take your food at the present stage of your ceremony, for now it will not be prohibited, so you can deliver us the food. Although the companions of Lord Krishna and Balaram were simple cowherd boys, they were in a position to dictate even to the high-class Brahmanas engaged in the Vedic rituals of sacrifice. But the Smartha Brahmanas, who were simply sacrificial-minded, could not understand the dictation of the transcendental devotees of the Lord. They could not even appreciate the begging of the Supreme Lord, Krishna and Balaram. Although they heard all the arguments on behalf of Krishna and Balaram, they did not care for them and they refused to speak to the boys. Despite being highly elevated in the knowledge of Vedic sacrificial rites, all such non-devotee Brahmanas, although they think of themselves as very highly elevated, are ignorant, foolish persons. All their activities are childish because they do not know the purpose of the Vedas, as it is explained in the Bhagavad Gita, to understand Krishna. In spite of their advancement in Vedic knowledge and rituals, they do not understand Krishna. Therefore, their knowledge of the Vedas is useless. Lord Chaitanya therefore gave his valuable opinion that although a person may not be born in a Brahmana family, if he knows Krishna or the signs of Krishna consciousness, he is more than a Brahmana and is quite fit to become a spiritual master. There are various details to be observed in the performance of sacrifices. They are known as Desha, place, Kala, time, Pratak Dravya, the different detailed paraphernalia, Mantra, hymns, Tantra, scriptural evidences, Agni, fire, Ritvik, learned performers of sacrifices, Devata, the demigods, Yajamana, the performer of the sacrifices, Kratu, the sacrifice itself, and Dharma, the procedures. All these are for satisfying Krishna. It is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that he is the actual enjoyer of all sacrifices because he is directly the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Supreme Absolute Truth beyond the conception or speculation of the material senses. He is present just like an ordinary human boy, but for persons who identify themselves with the body, it is very difficult to understand him. The Brahmanas were very much interested in the comforts of the material body and in elevation to the higher planetary residences called Swargavasa. They were therefore completely unable to understand the position of Krishna. When the boys saw that the Brahmanas would not reply to them even with a simple yes or no, they became very much disappointed. They then returned to Lord Krishna and Balaram and explained everything that had happened. After hearing their statements, the Supreme Personality of Godhead smiled. He told them that they should not be sorry for being refused by the Brahmanas because that is the way of begging. He convinced them that one who is engaged in collecting or begging should not think that he will be successful everywhere. He may be unsuccessful in some places, but that should not be the cause for disappointment. Lord Krishna then asked all the boys to go again, but this time to the wives of those Brahmanas engaged in sacrifices. He also informed them that these wives were great devotees. They are always absorbed in thinking of us. Go there and ask for some food in my name and the name of Balaram, and I'm sure that they will deliver you as much food as you desire. Carrying out Krishna's order, the boys immediately went to the wives of the Brahmanas. They found the wives sitting inside the Brahmanas' house. They were very beautifully decorated with ornaments. After offering them all respectful obeisances, the boy said, "Dear mothers, please accept our humble obeisances and hear our statement. May we inform you that Lord Krishna and Balaram are nearby. They have come here with the cows, and you may know also that we have come here under their instructions. All of us are very hungry. Therefore, we have come to you for some food. Please give us something to eat for Krishna, Balaram, and ourselves." Immediately upon hearing this, the wives of the Brahmanas became anxious for Krishna and Balaram. These reactions were spontaneous. They did not have to be convinced of the importance of Krishna and Balaram. Immediately upon hearing their names, they became very eager to see them. Being advanced by thinking of Krishna constantly, they were performing the greatest form of mystic meditation. All the wives then became very busily engaged in filling up different pots with nice food. Due to the performance of the sacrifice, the various foods were all very palatable. After collecting a feast, they prepared to go to Krishna, their most beloved object, exactly in the way rivers flow to the sea. For a long time, the wives had been eager to see Krishna. However, when they were preparing to leave home to see him, their husbands, fathers, sons, and relatives asked them not to go. But the wives did not comply. When a devotee is called by the attraction of Krishna, he does not care for bodily ties. The women entered the forest of Vrindavan on the bank of the Yamuna, which was verdant with vegetation and newly grown vines and flowers. Within that forest, they saw Krishna and Balaram engaged in tending the cows along with their very affectionate boyfriends. The Brahmanas' wives saw Krishna with a blackish complexion, wearing a garment that glittered like gold. He wore a nice garland of forest flowers and a peacock feather on his head. He was also painted with the minerals found in Vrindavan, and he looked exactly like a dancing actor on a theatrical stage. They saw him resting one hand on the shoulder of his friend, and in his other hand he was holding a lotus flower. His ears were decorated with lilies. He wore marks of tilaka, and he was smiling charmingly. With their very eyes, the wives of Brahmana saw the Supreme Personality of Godhead, of whom they had heard so much, who was so dear to them, and in whom their minds were always absorbed. Now they saw him eye to eye and face to face, and Krishna entered within their hearts through their eyes. Within themselves, they began to embrace Krishna to their heart's content, and the distress of separation was mitigated immediately. They were just like great sages who, by their advancement of knowledge, merge into the existence of the Supreme. As a supersoul living in everyone's heart, Lord Krishna could understand their minds. They had come to him despite all the protest of their relatives, fathers, husbands, and brothers, and despite all the duties of the household affairs. They came just to see him, who was their life and soul. They were exactly following Krishna's instruction in the Bhagavad Gita. One should surrender to him, giving up all varieties of occupational and religious duties. He therefore began to speak to them, smiling very magnificently. It should be noted in this connection that when Krishna entered into the wives' hearts, and when they embraced him and felt the transcendental bliss of being merged with him, the Supreme Lord Krishna did not lose his identity, nor did the individual wives lose theirs. The individuality of both the Lord and the wives remained, Yet they felt oneness in existence. When a lover submits to his lover without any pinch of personal consideration, that is called oneness. Lord Chaitanya has taught us this feeling of oneness in his Shikshashtaka. Krishna may act freely, doing whatever he likes, but the devotee should always be in oneness or in agreement with his desires. That oneness was exhibited by the wives of the Brahmanas in their love for Krishna. Krishna welcomed them with the following words: "My dear wives of the Brahmanas, you are all very fortunate and welcome here. Please let me know what I can do for you. You are coming here to see me, neglecting all the restrictions and hindrances of relatives, fathers, brothers, and husbands is completely befitting. One who does this actually knows his self-interest, because rendering transcendental loving service unto me without motive or restriction is actually auspicious for the living entities." Lord Krishna here confirms that the conditioned soul can reach the highest perfectional stage by surrendering to him. One must give up all other responsibilities. This complete surrender unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the most auspicious path for the conditioned soul, because the Supreme Lord is the supreme objective of love. Everyone is loving his self according to the advancement of his knowledge. Ultimately, when a person comes to understand that his self is the spirit soul, and that the spirit soul is nothing but a part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, he recognizes the Supreme Lord as the ultimate goal of love and then surrenders unto him. This surrender is considered auspicious for the conditioned soul. Our life, property, home, wife, children, house, country, society, and all paraphernalia which are very dear to us are expansions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the central object of love because he gives us all bliss, expanding himself in so many ways according to our different situations, namely bodily, mental, or spiritual. "My dear wives of the Brahmanas," Krishna said, "you can now return to your homes, engage yourselves in sacrificial activities and in the service of your husbands and household affairs, so that your husbands will be pleased with you and the sacrifice which they have begun will be properly executed. After all, your husbands are householders, and without your help, how can they execute their prescribed duties?" The wives of the Brahmanas replied, "Dear Lord, this sort of instruction does not befit you. Your eternal promise is that you will always protect your devotees, and now you must fulfill this promise. Anyone who comes and surrenders unto you never goes back to the conditioned life of material existence. We expect that you will now fulfill your promise. We have surrendered unto your lotus feet, which are covered by tulsi leaves, so we have no desire to give up the shelter of your lotus feet and return to the company of our so-called relatives, friends, and society. And what shall we do if we return home? Our husbands, brothers, fathers, sons, mothers, and friends will no longer accept us at home because we have already left them all. Therefore, we have no shelter to return to. Please, therefore, do not ask us to return home, but arrange for our stay under your lotus feet so that we can eternally live under your protection." The Supreme Personality of Godhead replied, "My dear wives of the Brahmanas, rest assured that your husbands will not neglect you on your return, nor will your brothers, sons, or fathers refuse to accept you. Because you are my pure devotees, not only your relatives, but also people in general, as well as the demigods, will be satisfied with you. Krishna is situated as a super soul in everyone's heart. So someone who becomes a pure devotee of Lord Krishna immediately becomes pleasing to everyone. The pure devotee of Lord Krishna is never inimical to anyone, nor can any sane person be an enemy of a pure devotee. Transcendental love for me does not depend upon bodily connection." Krishna said further, "But anyone whose mind is always absorbed in me will surely very soon come to me for my eternal association." After being instructed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead All the wives returned home to their respective husbands. Pleased to see their wives back home, the Brahmanas sat together with them and executed the performances of sacrifices as enjoined in the Shastras. According to Vedic principle, religious rituals must be executed by the husband and wife together. When the Brahmanas' wives returned, the sacrifice was duly and nicely executed. One of the Brahmanas' wives, however, who had been forcibly checked from going to see Krishna, began to remember him as she heard of his bodily features. Being completely absorbed in his thought, she gave up her material body, conditioned by the laws of nature. After the departure of the Brahmana's wives, Sri Govinda and his cowherd boyfriends enjoyed the food they had offered. In this way, the ever joyful personality of Godhead exhibited its transcendental pastimes in the guise of an ordinary human being in order to attract the common people to Krishna consciousness. With his words and beauty, he attracted all the cows, cowherd boys, and damsels in Vrindavana. All of them together enjoyed the pastimes of the Lord. After the return of their wives from Krishna, the Brahmanas engaged in the performance of sacrifices began to regret their sinful activities in refusing food to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They could finally understand their mistake. Engaged in the performance of Vedic rituals, they had neglected the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who had appeared just like an ordinary human being and asked for some food. They began to condemn themselves after seeing the faith and devotion of their wives. They regretted very much that although their wives were elevated to the platform of pure devotion service, they themselves could not understand even a little bit of how to love and offer transcendental loving service to the Supreme Soul. They began to talk among themselves. To hell with our being born Brahmanas, to hell with our learning all the Vedic literatures, to hell with our performing great sacrifices and observing all the rules and regulations, to hell with our family, to hell with our expert service in performing the rituals exactly according to the description of the scriptures, to hell with it all, for we have not developed transcendental loving service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is beyond the speculation of the mind, body, and senses. The learned Brahmanas, expert in Vedic ritualistic performances, were properly regretful, because if one does not develop Krishna consciousness, all discharge of religious duties is simply a waste of time and energy. They continue to talk among themselves. The external energy of Krishna is so strong that it can create illusion to overcome even the greatest mystic of all, even the greatest mystic yogi. Although we expert Brahmanas are considered to be the teachers of all other sections of human society, we also have been illusioned by the external energy. Just see how fortunate these women are. They have so devotedly dedicated their lives to the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna that they could easily do what is ordinarily so difficult. They gave up their family connections, which are just like a dark well, for the continuation of material miseries. Women in general, being very simple at heart, can very easily take to Krishna consciousness. And when they develop love of Krishna, they can easily get liberation from the clutches of Maya, which are very difficult for even so-called intelligent and learned men to surpass. The Brahmanas continued, according to Vedic injunction, women are not allowed to undergo the purificatory process of initiation by the sacred thread, nor are they allowed to live as brahmacharinis in the ashrama of the spiritual master, nor are they advised to undergo the strict disciplinary procedures, nor are they expert in discussing the philosophy of self-realization. And by nature, they are not very pure, nor are they very much attached to auspicious activities. Therefore, how wonderful it is that these women have developed transcendental love for Krishna, the Lord of all mystic yogis. They have surpassed all of us in firm faith and devotion unto Krishna. Although we are considered to be the masters in all purificatory processes, we did not actually know what their goal is because we are too much attached to the materialistic way of life. Even though we were reminded of Krishna and Balaram by the cowherd boys, we disregarded them. We now think that the Supreme Personality of Godhead simply played a trick of mercy on us by sending his friends to beg food from us. Otherwise, he had no need to send them. He could have satisfied their hunger then and there just by willing to do so. If someone denies Krishna's self-sufficiency on hearing that he was tending the cows for his livelihood, or if someone doubts he is not being in need of the food, thinking that he was actually hungry, then such a person should understand that the goddess of fortune is always engaged in his service. In this way, the goddess can break her faulty habit of restlessness. In Vedic literatures, like the Brahma Samhita, it is stated that Krishna is served in his abode with great respect by not only one goddess of fortune, but many thousands. Therefore, it is simply illusion for one to think that Krishna begged food from the Brahmanas. It was actually a trick to show them mercy by teaching them that they should accept him in pure devotional service instead of engaging in ritualistic ceremonies. The Vedic ceremonial paraphernalia, the suitable place, the suitable time, the different grades of articles for performing the ritualistic ceremonies, the Vedic hymns, the process of sacrifice, the priest who is able to perform the sacrifice, the fire, the demigods, the performer of the sacrifice, and the religious principles are all meant for understanding Krishna. For Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Supreme Lord Vishnu and the Lord of all mystic yogis. Because he has appeared as a child in the dynasty of the Yadus, we were so foolish that we could not understand that he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Brahmana said, but on the other hand, we are very proud because we have such exalted wives who have developed pure devotion, pure transcendental service of the Lord without being shackled by our rigid opposition. Let us therefore offer our respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, under whose illusory energy called Maya, we are absorbed in fruitive activities. We therefore pray to the Lord to be kind enough to excuse us because we are simply captivated by his external energy. We transgressed his order without knowing his transcendental glories. The Brahmanas repented their sinful activities. They wanted to go personally to offer their obeisances unto him. Being afraid of Kamsa, they could not go to Krishna and surrender unto him. In other words, it is very difficult for one to surrender fully unto the Supreme Personality without being purified by devotional service. The example of the learned Brahmanas and their wives is vivid. The wives of the Brahmanas, because they were inspired by pure devotional service, did not care for any kind of opposition. They immediately went to Krishna. But the Brahmanas, although they had come to know the supremacy of the Lord and were repenting, were still afraid of King Kamsa because they were too much addicted to fruitive activities. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 23rd chapter of Krishna, delivering the wives of the Brahmanas who performed sacrifices.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji, for leading into this nectarian reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Yeah. We'll move to the next section now. That is the workshop, Kachori workshop by Govinda Priya Mataji. So, are we? Okay, so let's get started. So this is a 1.5 hour workshop where Govinda Priya Mataji will be showing us how to prepare Prabhupada's favorite kachoris. Just like how we had Ujjvala Rasa Mataji showing kids Simply Wonderful. So now we will be learning kachoris, mainly this is for adults and even kids can join. I just want to share a few words about Govinda Priya Mataji. I'm sure everybody knows her, but just a few words. So Govinda Priya Mataji is a disciple of His Holiness Radhanath Swami. She's born into a Vaishnava family, and she became active in SCON through SCON Chapati in her teenager years. Govinda Priya Mataji has served as a full-time devotee in India and New Vrindavan, teaching and as a member of the Child Protection and Congregation Development Team. She currently resides in Sacramento, California, with her husband and 2 wonderful kids. Like, they are so great in the Krishna conscious practices. So she's currently serving as a Vaishnavi minister for North America. She's also serving ISKCON's governing body commission nominations committee as a secretary and vetting officer. So Govinda Priya Mataji has also served as a chef in Govinda's restaurant in New Vrindavan. She has conducted many cooking classes, like for 4 or 5 years in a library, like back in New Vrindavan. And she is also now in Sacramento congregation. She conducts a lot of, she and her husband is actually organizes a lot of bhakti vrakshas. And now we learn from Govinda Priya Mataji, like how we'll get into this cooking mode. She's also very, she has an Ayurvedic style of cooking. And let's get started with Govinda Priya Mataji. And if there are any questions, you can ask. If there are any questions, you can unmute yourself and you can ask here. And if there are any questions on YouTube and Facebook, you can actually go to ISU Library website, where you can see the link on the comment section, and you can post comments there and questions there. And somebody from our team will relay it to the presenter. Thank you. Hare Krishna Mataji. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Can you all hear me?
Yes,
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mataji.
Okay. Is this loud enough? Because I'm using the other voice. Is this loud enough?
This is loud enough, but there's an echo in the background. I feel a bit echo.
Okay, let me see what we can do.
And Monisha is going to be our host. You could let her know the camera that you want to switch.
Okay, so I have 2 cameras going, Monisha. One is the GP sync, which I want you to use right now. And the other one is Govinda Priya.
Yes,
okay, you see them both.
Yeah, I think what could, yeah.
Is the echo a little better?
Mataji, there's echo only if both your Zoom users are unmuted, and if you have one of them,
there's only one unmuted.
Yeah, so the echo is fine, Mataji.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So I want you to spotlight. Yeah, this one's good. Thank you. So Hare Krishna, thank you so much for joining. And as Ananya Gopika said, that we are going to be preparing Srila Prabhupada's kachoris. Srila Prabhupada is very fond of kachoris and is often offered to him on his appearance day, which is tomorrow. But of course, you can cook them today along with me and offer it to Krishna. And if you're inspired, cook them again tomorrow for Srila Prabhupada, or save some and offer to Srila Prabhupada tomorrow. Or, you can just observe and then go ahead and make it tomorrow. So if you're cooking along, we'll try to keep pace. If you have any questions, like Ananya Gopika said, you can unmute and ask. I hope everyone has the list of ingredients. If not, then, maybe someone can post them up on Apramai. Do you have access to govindapriya.me?
Hare Krishna Mataji, Charunamai Prabhu will be asking the questions on behalf of Facebook and YouTube. And he can also relay the questions from Zoom.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So let's begin. And I want to begin with one important thing about cooking. When you're specifically cooking for Krishna, oftentimes when we cook at home, it's more about what my son wants to eat, what my husband wants to eat, what my wife wants to eat. But our mood should always be what we can offer to Krishna. And that really makes a difference when we're in the temple setting, because we go specifically to the temple and the kitchen is actually an extension of the altar. So you want to make sure you're dressed in clean clothes and you're purified and you're ready to cook. So let's begin. Srila Prabhupada often said that he would like, in many conversations actually, Srila Prabhupada would say that I would like to eat kachoris and laddus with Krishna. I just want to go back to the spiritual world and eat laddus and kachoris. Every time I think of this, whenever I make kachoris, that's what my meditation is. If that helps you all, maybe you all can also meditate that we can make this wonderful offering to Krishna today. And tomorrow Krishna will share this with Srila Prabhupada, maybe in Vrindavan forest somewhere. So let's begin. I'm going to move over to the other camera, but just before you do that, we're going to make a tamarind date chutney as well. So we'll begin with the tamarind date chutney because that takes a long time. So we'll begin with that and then we'll move into kachoris.
Mataji, one question, Mataji.
Yes.
So the ingredients for, should we mix them right now or later on?
No, you don't need to mix anything right now. We can go step by step. We can do it together. We have 1.5 hours, so we should be able to finish everything. So you don't have to mix anything. If you just have your ingredients, handy. I will be saying them and repeating them again and again, but if you have a list, so that in case you're not able to keep the pace up, whoever is sharing screen, Apramay or Monisha, you can, if they need the list, you can pull it up from either the email or you can go to govindapriya.me. In snacks, you can find kachoris and the list is there in case they need it. But I think for now we're okay. So let's pan over to Govinda Priya and then we can begin with our date and tamarind chutney. Okay, so I'm hoping you can still see my hands here. Yes?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. Great. So we're just going to take a pot, and for tamarind and date chutney, we need 1 cup of jaggery. And I have, this is a different kind of jaggery, but you can use any jaggery. So this is about 1 cup of jaggery. We're just going to add it to the pot. I need 1 cup of de-seeded. So this tamarind paste or this tamarind, fresh tamarind does not have seeds. You want to make sure it does not have seeds. It just makes the process easier. It's easily available. This is 1 cup of de-seeded or seedless tamarind. We're just going to add this. Then you want to use pitted dates. I usually use these. You can use any, but you want to use 1 cup of pitted dates. And be generous with your cups. A little extra dates never hurts. Okay. And just because I want to, I'm going to just give it a quick rinse. And then we'll add water and some spices. And then we're going to put it on the stove to boil. So I'm just going to give it a quick rinse. If you want, you can switch it over to the same camera. Okay, so I just gave it a quick rinse and I'm going to add 1 liter of water. So if you have any measurement, this is a 1 liter bottle. I'm just going to add 1 liter of water. This This is a good 1 liter.
Hare Krishna Mataji, this measurement is for how many kachoris? And how many kachoris and how much of chutney?
So this is going to make quite a bit of chutney, but this chutney can be preserved for later. So I'll show you how to use this. This will make at least a good jar full of chutney, depending on how thick you keep it. I normally keep it very thick. And then I take a portion of it, dilute it, and maybe give it a little tadka whenever I'm ready to use it. So I'm going to show you how you can make this chutney and store it. These chutneys are normally very easy to use. Does that answer your question? And for the kachoris, depending on the size of your kachoris, we can make anywhere from between 12 to 16. Yes, depending on how big you keep your kachoris or how small you keep them. All right?
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so we have our water in here. I'm going to put some whole spices now. And we're going to pan back to the other Govinda Priya camera. So I am going to use about a teaspoon of fennel. Can you all still see? Okay, yeah, I think you can. So this is about a teaspoon of fennel seeds. Be generous with your spices. And the reason we use whole spices, some of them are whole spices, because it really, really adds flavor. So especially fennel, rather than powder, you should use whole. I'm going to use ginger powder. And again, a teaspoon of ginger powder. This is actually quite a magic ingredient in this chutney and very balancing for your doshas, because, you know, it's sour, it's sweet, and then this gives it a little astringent. Then I'm going to add half a teaspoon of red chili. Now, depending on your spice level, you can adjust that, but half a teaspoon really isn't much. But if your chilies are really hot, mine is Kashmiri chili, so it's not very spicy. So I'm just going to go with half a teaspoon. But based on your spice level, you can adjust that. Then I'm going to use roasted cumin powder. If you don't have roasted cumin, you can just use cumin powder. If you don't even have cumin powder, feel free to use cumin whole, because we are going to blend all of this. So I'm going to give it a good 1 teaspoon of cumin powder or cumin seeds. And now I'm going to use, either you can use coarsely ground black pepper, which is better. If you have black pepper powder, that's fine too. Or whole black pepper is fine too. So I'm just going to give it like half a teaspoon of black pepper. This is just crushed black pepper. One teaspoon of garam masala. Now, garam masala is quite important. Like I was explaining, we need all the flavors. This gives a little heat to dates. Actually are warming, but this also does add its flavor. And because of fennel is very cooling to the body. So you add a little bit of garam masala. And we also add black salt, which I'm not going to add right now. I will add a little later down the line. The salts can go a little later. So I'm just going to give this a little stir, and I'm going to move this over to the sink, to the burner. And we are going to...
Mataji, can you replace ginger powder with fresh ginger?
You could, but you want to use a little less. Dry ginger definitely adds a better flavor, and it helps it preserve it longer as well.
Okay.
Okay. So, but if you don't have dry ginger powder, feel free to use ginger, but ginger is important to use in this recipe. So I'm just going to give this a quick mix.
And now this is just going to be cooking by itself. So I'm going to move it over to one of the burners over there on
Mataji?
my pod. Yes.
Mataji, instead of tamarind, we can use tamarind pulp.
You could use tamarind pulp. It depends if you're using the chemically one. It's not going to taste good. You want to use fresh tamarind. Sometimes you get in those cans, especially Tamicon. That's an absolute no. But sometimes you get fresh. Maybe I have in my fridge and I can pull that out. So I'm just going to put this to boil. I want you to start this because this is going to take a good, and this can be on a little high heat. For
Mataji?
now, yes.
When do you add citric acid?
We're going to add all of that. Just add what I've asked you to right now. The salt and the citric acid is going to be added later. Citric acid is also optional. It just helps preserve. I don't usually add citric acid. I add it only when I make a big batch of chutney to preserve. It's a good preservative. Okay, so you can cover this up as well, so it retains the water. And we're just going to stir this occasionally. Once it starts to boil and the water starts drying up, we're going to keep stirring this occasionally. All right. So I hope all of y'all are in par with me as far as the chutney goes. We have put in our tamarind, 1 cup, our dates, 1 cup, our jaggery, 1 cup. It's a very easy recipe. Everything is equal in proportion. Tamarind, date, and jaggery. Everything is 1 cup. Then we have fennel seeds, 1 teaspoon, ginger powder, 1 teaspoon, or crushed ginger, 1 teaspoon, half a teaspoon of red chili powder, 1 teaspoon of cumin, roasted cumin or cumin seeds, 1 teaspoon of garam masala. And for those who are not familiar with garam masala is a spice blend that you can normally get in an Indian store, but if you don't have it, it's a combination of bay leaves, cinnamon, red chili powder, coriander, cumin. It's a combination spice that's made. And, maybe we can discuss that in later if anybody needs to. Half a teaspoon of black pepper and 1 liter of water is what we've added. The salt and citric acid has not been added yet. Okay.
How about asafoetida, hing?
Asafoetida, we are going to give a little tarka in the afterwards.
Oh,
so you can add asafoetida is okay to add, but you can do that before. So you can start with a little bit of ghee and a little bit of asafoetida. Asafoetida should always be cooked. It should never be consumed raw unless you're applying it externally. If any of the children have colic, then you can apply, take a little bit of asafoetida with water and apply it externally. But asafoetida is ideal, should be cooked. Okay. So let's move on. I am taking another pot, which has become hot. And I'm going to just move this a little over here.
Hare Krishna Mataji, there is a question by Purnima Mataji. So the flame should be high, medium or low?
Right now, the flame, we can start with high so the water gets boiling, and then we can move it down to medium high. Is that okay? Okay.
Yes, Mataji.
Perfect. So before we even I'm sorry, I could not hear.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. So before we even begin with making our mixture, so next thing we're going to make is our filling for the kachoris, because we want to make sure the filling is cooled down completely before we start rolling them. So for that, I had requested everyone to soak some dal, moong dal, yellow moong dal, and about half a cup. If you can move me over to the sink again. So I have about half a cup of moong dal, and I don't know if you all soaked or not, but I forgot to soak. So when I realized, when I was starting to prepare that I had not soaked, what I did is I boiled it slightly, or I put in hot water,
So in case you ever forget, there is always a substitute. But the best ideal situation is if you soak the dal. Okay? So I'm just going to strain all the excess water from the dal because we don't want a mushy liquid. We want a nice, dry, flaky kachori. So drain all of your liquid. Great. Now, usually, I've learned this recipe from actually a chef in a fast food store joint in Mumbai. And this is how they actually make in restaurants. So within our ISKCON society, sometimes they use potatoes, sometimes they use vegetables. They keep the spices different, but this is like an authentic street style food kind of recipe. It is one of my favorites. So I usually tend to use this only. Now, sometimes they do not. That's okay, I don't need my face. I need them to see this.
Mataji, your volume was very good earlier. Now it's little less. I don't know. Earlier it was very good.
Sure, Prabhu, because I was using the other voice from the other camera. Okay, let's do this.
Is this better?
Yes, thank you, Mataji.
Yes, Mataji. Sure, thank you. So after I've strained all of this, so the restaurant people, they usually, just to save time, they do not crush this at all. But I kind of like it a little crushed. I've tried with being crushed, with not being crushed. I still go back to crushing it, even though it's another extra step. But go ahead. We'll go ahead and crush this. Just blitz it once to it helps bind. We are going to be using besan, but this still helps bind. So I'm just going to blend this a little bit. But before we even blend this, we're going to blend our spices.
So let's get my blender out and move back to this particular camera, which says Govinda Priya. And over here, we're going to start adding our dry spices that we want to grind. So I had requested you all to either crush the spices or, you have whole. So if some of you have crushed, I did not crush it because I was assuming nobody's going to come with crushed spices. So we have our spices over here. I pulled them out. We're going to use coriander whole. And the reason we use whole spices is again because of the flavor. And when you bind, if you're going to use powdered spices, make sure to add a little bit extra ghee while making the filling, because otherwise your binding is not going to be it's going to be crumbly. Okay, so I'm going to use whole spices, and this should not be wet, which it is. So we're going to wipe this out a little bit. And this is about 2 tablespoons of coriander. So whole coriander, which we're going to crush. 1 tablespoon of fennel. This also goes in there. And this is about half a tablespoon of cumin seeds. Okay. All the other spices that I have are powdered, so I'm not going to put them. And I am not going to put my kasuri methi because I like it a little bit of grainy texture. Okay. So we're not going to put that. We're just going to crush this. And I'm going to add 1/4 teaspoon of asafoetida or hing because mine is a little whole hing. I normally use ground hing. Mine is not the powder hing. So I'm going to add it. But if you have powder, you don't need to add it. So I'm just going to add 1/4 of the hing, 1/4 teaspoon of the hing. Now I'm just going to get my blender out. I'm not sure if the height is okay for you to watch, but a little noise here. And this is not supposed to be powdered. We're just going to, let's see. Okay, this is not supposed to be powdered. We're just going to blitz it a little bit, maybe on pulse. And that kind of looks about right to me. So do you see this? It's not powder. Yes? I'm probably going to do one more little blitz because I have some pieces of coriander that have not. Here, this looks perfect. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to transfer this into my spice mix into another bowl because I'm using the same bowl for now blending my dal. So this is how it looks, and it should smell really fragrant if you've used fresh spices. So in the same container, because I'm so lazy to wash more containers, I will spoon out some of my dal without any water. And just on pulse, very, very little, no paste or powder. So do you see this? This is still, but it's very, very gently. Okay. And I have transfer this in here. And don't be afraid to use your hands when you're cooking. Actually, according to Ayurveda, I want to mention this because many times people are afraid to use their hands. The biggest cause of thyroid in people, which is rampant nowadays, is lack of physical touch. So, in the olden days, right now we're moving into the trends of smoothies and moving into trends of all different kinds of trends. But what is ideal is the way our grandmothers cooked. Even when they bought vegetables, they touched every vegetable 2 or 3 times to make sure it was good. They would pick one bindi, one okra, one eggplant to make sure it's good before they would even put it in their basket before they bought it. So that according to Ayurveda, it's explained that that's one of the reasons why they did not have thyroid and why thyroid has actually become so rampant now, especially amongst women. Because we do have some sensitive areas which affects us more. Okay, so I had a little bit left. I'm going to pulse this again.
Krishna Mataji, could you please show how coarse the grind should be?
Sure, just in a minute. So do you see this over here? Do you see my hands? Is this better?
Yes. Okay.
So it is still grainy.
Okay.
Because it's dry, but it's still not like a full grain. And some places you might get a little more powder than a little bit, and some places a little more grain. Okay. But it will all balance out.
Okay, thank you, Master.
Sure.
Hare Krishna Govinda Priya Mataji, this is Venugita here.
Hare Krishna Venugita Mataji.
Mataji, I have done the pulse, but I feel that there was little water and it's not, my dal is little wet.
Ah, okay.
It's not fully.
All right. Well, yeah, that's what you want to drain your water. So it's not becoming a paste, right?
No, it's
Or is
not. It's not paste. It's not paste.
Okay. Can you show me what it looks like?
Yeah. Just one second. Here.
Okay. Somebody would have to pan the camera on her now. I'm going to move over here. Yeah, this is fine, Mataji. It definitely has a lot more water than it should. But, it's not going to hurt it. It might be easier for you to make balls, but you don't want to store this. Some of these kachoris can be saved. They're very good to travel with, but the more water you have, it reduces their shelf life.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I want you to go back to your chutneys and stir a little bit. That's what I'm going to do. And turn the heat down if you haven't. If you still have a lot of water, then it's okay. Keep the heat high. No problem. Like I still have a good amount of water. So I'm going to continue to keep the heat high.
Mataji,
But I want to stir it one time.
We'll grind the chutney later on.
Yes, we will be grinding the chutney later on. We will be grinding and using a sieve. Okay, so now that we have our spice mix and our dal ground and ready to use, we are going to get cooking. Okay, and I'm just going to clean up simultaneously. So I'm going to move the camera over to the stove again. And I hope this is visible. Yes, it is, I think. Okay, good. So put your flame on medium high. And ideally for kachoris, please use ghee. If you're vegan, then, use oil. But what is a kachori without ghee? And so please use ghee if you're not vegan, or if you have ahimsa ghee, that will be even better. I have some ahimsa ghee. I use ahimsa ghee for cooking, but sometimes for frying, because the supply from India is restricted, I am going to be using regular ghee for frying. So I have about 1/4 cup, which is around 2 heaped tablespoons of ghee. Okay. And I'm just going to add that to a clean pot.
This is for frying the dal mixture, Mataji?
This is going to, first you're going to fry, you're making the filling right now. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So about 1/4 cup or 2 tablespoons, 1/4 cup and 2 tablespoons is the same. Now, just let this warm up a little bit. And the first thing that we're going to put in here is our spices. Okay, we are going to put our spices. So once it's a little warm, go ahead and add your spice mix, the dry spice mix that you made with your whole spices. Because remember, whole spices need to be cooked. And adjust your heat if you need to, because I'm needing to move the heat down to low. I don't know how it is for you, but over here it's very fragrant. It should be very fragrant if you've used fennel, coriander.
This is Malini here.
Yes. If you are not using the coarse hing, how much hing did you put in? 1/4 teaspoon. Okay, even if it's a fine powder, it's 1/4 teaspoon. Yes, yes. Thank you, madam.
Mataji,
In fact,
the masala or the grinded spices, only the grinded one or all the powder ones
no,
also?
only the grinded one for now. Because like I said, the ground spices, they need to be cooked for a little longer. Okay? The powdered spices do not need to be cooked for as long as you cook the ground spices. So right when, this like about a minute or so while we're talking, I am now going to add our besan, which is chickpea flour, about 1/3 cup. So just about 1/3 cup. And really, you can be a little generous with your cups. And you want to stir this in with your spices. It's also very important to roast our besan.
Mataji, how much is of besan, Mataji? Besan flour?
1/3 cup.
Thank you.
Sure. Is this pace okay for you all, or am I going too fast, too slow? You're able to follow?
It's good, Mataji.
Okay, great.
Mataji, my mixture is little liquidy, not as tight as yours.
That's okay. Because my ghee was a little more firmer. So that's absolutely fine. A little bit liquidy it's not going to hurt. And because my ghee was a little bit firmer, I'm just adding another so that you're satisfied. Okay. So we're going to roast this, and as you roast, this should start becoming more and more fragrant. I'm hoping that you say that your mixture is getting fragrant.
Mataji, mine looks pretty dry. Do I need to eat more ghee?
Did you add 2 tablespoons?
Yes.
Yes, you can add another tablespoon if you feel. Did you add more powder spices or you had it whole?
No, it's just I added the crushed what we did
with the crushed one.
With the crushed one and just the besan.
Okay, that's fine. Sometimes the besan might need a little more. So a tablespoon here or there, don't be afraid of adding ghee. So just add no water, just maybe 1 tablespoon of ghee, and that's about it. Even if it's a little crumbly, that's okay.
Thank you.
Mataji, mine is still liquidy only, Mataji. I should stir it?
Yes, yes. Just continue to stir. It will become dry. Don't worry.
Sure, Mataji.
Okay. So we're going to stir this for a couple minutes. And
I'm sorry, Mataji, excuse me. So you've just done the ground spices, the hing, and the besan so far.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
That's it. We haven't added any of the other spices, which we will in a bit, but we want to make sure our gram flour and our whole spices are cooked because they do need a little more cooking.
We haven't added the hing yet, right?
No, we haven't added the hing. I added mine, but you did not. I added mine because mine is a little stone that I use.
Yes, yes. So I should put my powdered hing now?
You can put it with all the powdered spices. That's fine. Because after that also we are going to cook for a bit. So when this gets slightly brown, I don't know if the camera is doing justice, but mine is starting to get a little brown. I am going to go ahead and add my powdered spices.
Hare Krishna, Govinda Priya Mataji.
Yes.
My besan with the spices is still very liquidy.
That's fine, Mataji. Liquid is okay.
Okay.
Liquid is absolutely no problem. We'll check when it dries. When you're going to cook it further, it's going to dry out more.
Okay.
And when it cools down, it's going to dry out more. Okay. The quality of your besan, the way your ghee is, everything adds to how, you know, in case it's a little thick, we can add a tablespoon of ghee always. And ghee should always be cooked before you add, even if when you're serving it with rice or anything. So ghee should always be warm. And there is no question of getting cholesterol with ghee if your ghee is warm when consumed. So mine is also a little liquidy here. But mine is kind of getting brown, and I'm getting ready to put my powdered spices. Now I'm going to put my kasuri methi at this point, which is dried fenugreek leaves. This does add a very beautiful flavor. And what I like to do is I like to take this in my palms and crush them with my hands and then put them in.
How much is the quantity, Mataji?
So the kasuri methi is about half a tablespoon. You don't want to add too much because that makes the filling bitter. So half a tablespoon is just about right. Okay, stir it in. Then we want to move to, I have about 2 tablespoons of red chili powder. Now that's like I mentioned before, my chili powder is not very spicy. It's Kashmiri mirchi, which is more flavorful and not hot. But if your chilies are a little more spicy and your heat level is low, then, you know, switch anywhere between 1 tablespoon to 2 tablespoons. But this is 2 tablespoons, and I'm going to add that right now.
I'm sorry, Govinda Priya, my computer died for a second. So you did the dried spices, the besan, you roasted it, and then now you're adding kasuri methi.
Yes, I added kasuri methi, and I'm already done with my red chili powder as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, all right. So after I'm done with my red chili powder, I am going to add my black pepper. And I have half a teaspoon of black pepper. It's crushed black pepper. If you have black pepper powder, you can still do half a teaspoon. And don't forget to continue to roast. And make sure that you have sufficient water in your chutney. Don't forget about your chutney.
Mataji, still sorry, Mother disturbance. I'm still it is little bit of liquidy only, Mataji. It's okay.
That's absolutely okay, Mataji. If it's
Sure.
liquidy, it's fine.
Okay, Mataji. But seeing you, it is very. I mean that.
Did you put 2 tablespoons of ghee?
Yes, Mataji.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Absolutely no problem. We can, after we add everything, we'll check. You might just need to cook it for a few extra minutes. That's all. So it's not such a big thing.
Okay, Mataji. Thank you.
We're going to add garam masala now, which is again the spice blend that I spoke about, and about half a teaspoon of garam masala. Okay, so I'm just going to do a quick recap of what we have in here already. We have about 2 tablespoons of ghee, or a little bit more. Then we have about all our spices that we ground. That is 1 tablespoon of fennel, half a tablespoon of cumin, and I put hing. So you can put your hing right now. 1/4 teaspoon of hing. Half a tablespoon of kasuri methi, dried fenugreek leaves. 2 tablespoons of red chili powder. Half a teaspoon of garam masala. Half a teaspoon of black pepper powder. And then we have 1/3 cup of besan. Now make sure you're stirring the sides and making sure that it's not getting burnt anywhere. And we're going to roast this for just another minute or so.
Mataji?
Yes.
Ours is really dry, and we've added almost like another tablespoon of ghee. Is that okay?
That's absolutely fine.
Okay.
That's absolutely fine. We'll look at it in a bit. If it's still dry, then maybe we can add a little bit more. But this mixture should be a little dry. Okay, maybe your spices that you powder were a little more powdered than mine were. Usually when we add more powdered spices, then it gets drier easier.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to add ginger. I crush ginger like this and store in my fridge. So I'm going to take about 1 tablespoon, a good sized tablespoon of ginger. And you can do ginger and chili paste. You can do a little bit of, if you have chili paste and you're good with that, go ahead and do it. I'm not going to add chili paste in mine, but you definitely could add.
Mataji, how much of ginger paste, ginger, Mataji?
1 tablespoon.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Mataji. Suvarna Gopika here.
Yes, Mataji.
Mataji, how much water we need to reduce from the chutney?
So you can just cook it. It should start becoming dry. If it starts becoming dry, then you can add a little more water. We want to make sure we cook it till everything is soft and tender. So I'm just going to stir my chutney. My water is kind of going down. But my tamarind is still a little hard. And my dates are also still a little hard. But I have enough water. If you've not covered it, you probably are running out of water. Like I mentioned, I like to keep this a little dry because it preserves well. And we can always add water to water it down. But if you need to, go ahead and add another cupful of water or a little bit more water. Okay, so now my mixture looks absolutely ready. And it's very, very fragrant. I don't know if you can see because of the steam, but it's nice and toasted and flaky also. So I'm going to go ahead and add my dal. Okay. Mataji, did you already add the salt? No, we did not add the salt. Okay. We did not add black salt and regular salt.
And not even amchur powder.
Yes, amchur powder is always the last thing to go. And
Yeah,
salt
okay.
is usually the first thing to go. But when you're making a dry mixture, it's ideal you can add salt later. Otherwise, salt kind of releases a little bit of water. So I like to add it a little later. I'll add it right now after I've stirred everything in. So now all I'm doing is I'm kind of blending everything in.
Mataji, we have to wait until the liquid thing goes away, right? To add the dal?
No. If you feel that your spices are roasted, they're kind of little toasty brown and they're flaky and they're aromatic, you're smelling the spices and you're smelling your besan. So besan should, whenever it's roasted, it should smell nice, and especially with all the fennel and all the spices that we have in there, then you're ready to put your dal.
Okay.
Now that everything is all incorporated in this, I'm going to add my pink Himalayan salt. You can use whatever salt you use, and this is definitely salt to taste. But because we're going to be adding black salt, so black salt is added because it gives a more chaat-like flavor. It has more sulfur. So I'm just basically this mixture.
It's okay.
Half a tablespoon of salt, maybe a little more than half a tablespoon here, and stir it in.
Mataji, is this black salt or plain salt?
This was just regular salt. If you have plain salt, I use pink Himalayan salt.
Okay.
But you can use any regular salt that you use.
Mataji, can you repeat what did you do after chili ginger? Sorry.
No problem. So after chili ginger, I just added the dal.
Ardi soncha.
Say that again. So we've just added the dal and we're just added salt and we're just kind of mixing it in. And the flame should be kind of, on the lower side. Okay.
How much salt, Mataji?
I put about, depending on what kind of salt you use, pink Himalayan salt is usually not very strong. This is a tablespoon. I put close to a little over half a tablespoon. I am going to go back to my chutney and check. And now my chutney.
Amchur powder.
Say that again.
Amchur powder.
Amchur powder will go a little later, dear. So my chutney is kind of, the water is drying out. I am going to add another cup full of water. So please check your chutneys.
Mataji, how much of salt, Mataji? 1 tablespoon?
No. 1 tablespoon is a little too much. About, you can go, what kind of salt are you using?
Same one, Mataji, Himalayan salt.
Yeah, so just use about little more than half a tablespoon.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So definitely less than a tablespoon because we are going to add black salt. Now I'm going to go ahead and add black salt, which is, you can take about 1 teaspoon of black salt. Just, I hope you all know what black salt is. Kala namak.
Mataji, is there any replacement for that? I don't have black salt, Mataji.
And just add a little bit more of your regular salt. Okay. The black salt is just, it gives it a little more tang, or, maybe you can do half a teaspoon of chaat masala if you have. That's fine too. But you'll need to add a little more salt then. You should be able to smell the salt now.
Mataji, can you
My
please?
mixture looks absolutely kind of ready. I'm going to go ahead and add amchur right now. Just give me a minute before. Yes, go ahead. Who was that?
Hare Krishna, Mataji. I missed how much black salt did you add?
I added a teaspoon, 1 teaspoon of black salt.
Thank you, Mataji.
Sure. And now my dal looks roasted. So if yours already looks roasted, only then add your amchur powder. So by roasted, I'm just going to bring it a little close. It has a nice brown, kind of a color. And it has been roasted. It's soft, pliable. So I'm going to go ahead and add my amchur powder. And over here, I have about a tablespoon of amchur. A good generous tablespoon. So how are we doing with time? We have about an hour, right? No. We have about half an hour?
Yes.
Okay. So let's speed up a little bit because we want to make sure that we at least get a few boiled. So this mixture kind of looks good. And we're going to move over to my chutney. I'm going to check on my chutney before we move over to anything else.
Mataji, how much amchur do you add?
I put a tablespoon of amchur. So my chutney looks ready. I've turned the flame off. Okay. And I'm just going to let it cool for a little bit. And I'm going to move to making my, say that again.
Mataji, can you show the consistency of the chutney?
So the chutney is only boiled right now, but I'm going to move it over and you can see. Can you see?
Yes, yes, Mataji. Okay.
So it's only boiled right now. I am going to blend it, but I want it to cool a little bit. And in the meanwhile, we make a dough. Let's see how this is going to work here. You're still able to see everything over here, right? So let's move on to making our dough. You can always use your KitchenAid. If I make a larger quantity, I do use my KitchenAid, but I'm just going to show you with simple parat, like we make chapati dough, just because if somebody doesn't have.
We have KitchenAid.
So we are going to take 2 cups. Take 2 generous cups of maida, white flour. Unfortunately, you know, if you use whole wheat flour, you can substitute with whole wheat flour, but it's not going to be the same. You want to use white flour because of its stretchiness. Okay. I have 2 cups of white flour. I am going to use 1 teaspoon of salt. Okay, it's about a teaspoon. And I'm going to mix this in. All right. Now I'm going to make a little well here in the center. And I'm going to use 1/3 cup of ghee, or you can use about 80 ml. And at this point, if your ghee is a little drier or it's not melted, you probably need a little bit more, but this is about 1/3 cup of ghee. I'm going to drop it in the center. Okay. And let's start to whirl it around, just like Trinavarta. And this should give you bread crumbs. So you can use 1 hand, 2 hands, as many hands as you want. Preferably use 1.
Mataji, is oil okay or only ghee needed?
Ghee is best.
Okay. Thank you,
If
Mataji.
you have ghee, please use ghee. Oil will not taste nice.
1/4 cup Mataji ghee?
1/3. You want to make sure you mix all your, and this particular recipe you can use for samosas. At this point, you can, if you add a little bit of ajwain, carom seeds, you can use for any kind of pastry. Like usually I'll make, you know, I'll make some apple jam and I'll use this. You reduce the salt from 1 teaspoon to maybe just a little bit of salt. And you can use this particular dough recipe for any kind of pastry that you want to use. It makes a nice flaky dough. So you want to make sure that all your flour is mixed in well with your ghee. And it should resemble like crumbly mixture, like this. Okay. All right. Now I'm just going to get about a cup of water over here.
Hare Krishna Mataji, is it warm water or
I'm just using regular water, not warm water. Ideally, you know, for pastry, you can use cold water, but I'm using warm water here because we want to work with it sooner. For cold water, you need, you know, you need it to sit for longer, and we don't have so much time. You need the dough to sit for longer.
Okay, thank you, Mataji.
So I'm going to start adding, and now let me use a cup. I usually never use a cup, but we'll use a cup now. So I'm going to add 1/2 cup of water, again in the center. in the well and start incorporating. And then I'm going to add, I think I can easily use another cup full of water. So I'm going to use another cup of water.
Mataji, can we add ajwain to this dough now or not for kachori?
No, kachoris, we don't add ajwain. So I already added a cup of water, and I think I need a little bit more. So you can safely add a cup of water and then need a little bit more. Now this dough, it does not need to be as firm as your chapati dough. It needs to be soft and pliable. And I don't know if you see what I'm doing, is you want to help it make gluten, right? So you want to knead, incorporate, knead, incorporate, knead, incorporate, okay? If you have any dry pieces, then just take a little tablespoon, add a little bit of water, mix it in. Knead, incorporate. Now, before I knead any further, my dough, I want to show you how this looks. It's soft. You know, if I make a ball, it's soft, but it's firm, but it's still soft. If I stretch it out, it stretches out. Okay? See this? So you want to knead, and usually, you know, there's something called as window pane test. It helps you make sure that you have enough gluten. And that's especially very good when you're making pastries and you want it more flaky. For kachori, it's fine. But the window pane test is like you take a little bit of dough and you stretch. And it should not break like it's breaking now. That means it's not kneaded enough. There's not enough gluten yet. So you should be able to stretch quite a bit without breaking it. So I'm just going to let this thing sit covered for maybe a few minutes. And in the meanwhile, we are going to deal with our chutney. Okay, so I'm just taking this. You want to cover it up with something. I'm just covering it up with another thing and just leave it here to rest. And I'm moving over to my chutney. If you have a hand blender, wonderful. If you do not have a hand blender, then you want to make sure this is cooler before you pop it into a blender. But I do have a hand blender, and I'm going to go ahead and use my hand.
Mataji, for chutney, Mataji, does the liquid, the liquid should go away? It should be thick enough?
No, so do you see, I do have some liquid because you want to enable it to blend, right? If it's too dry, you're not going to be able to blend it at all. You see?
Yes, mine is a bit liquid, Mataji.
See that again?
Mine is too much liquid, Mataji.
Oh, that's okay. If it's too much, let it just cook it for a little longer.
Okay.
Or, if it's, what you can do is, leave the liquid aside a little bit and then blend it. And then you can use the liquid. A little extra liquid never hurts. You can only cook it a little longer. So a little noise. And I'm going to move the camera a little away because it's going to splatter on my phone. So I'm just going ahead and I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Was somebody asking something?
No, Mataji.
Okay. So I just want to show you, this will be a thick consistency, but it's all blended in. This is thick. And the only reason I keep it this thick, it's okay to have it a little more watery, but the only reason I keep it this thick is because of its shelf life. Okay. And we are going to sieve this. If you've used fresh tamarind, you're going to need to strain this to remove any of those threads that the tamarind has. So we are going to put this over here. And I am going to take a bowl and put a sieve on top. Let's start to add my chutney. After this, you definitely add more water. There's no problem. But in this process, please don't add water, because if you add water to this, then your chutney would tend to get spoiled. This is one of the most time-consuming process, but it's totally worth it. If you have a bigger sieve, use a bigger sieve. Show you this just for the interest of time, that how it's going to look. So do you see this? Now this is absolutely smooth. It does not have any of those threads. Yes, but it's thick enough. And now this can actually be, you can add maybe a tablespoon of water in this much, and this is good to use. You can take a little bit ghee, and I'll show you. We'll do a small batch, but this chutney can be used with anything, with making bhel, with samosas. So I usually I make a big batch like this, and I leave it in my fridge, and you can use it for anything. I even make like Hasselback potatoes with this chutney. So I want to, just for the interest of time, we're going to, but I hope you'll get the idea of what I'm trying to do here. Yes, and you'll see that this still has some, even though it was seedless, you will often find seeds in there. Usually they will have some seeds. Okay, so we're going to go check on our dough, and we're going to start our kachoris. And your dough should actually feel a little more softer right now because of the little resting time that you give it. Soft and pliable. Okay.
Hare Krishna Mataji, what is the ideal resting time for the dough now? In the interest of time, you kept it for a few
I
minutes.
think you leave it for half an hour. It's
Okay.
the best. It saves you from kneading. honestly. If you knead for 15 minutes and you leave the dough for half an hour, it's like you'll get really, really good dough. But if you see, I showed you how it was breaking. But now if you see this, it's not breaking as much. It took a while before it started to break. You see that?
Yeah, yeah.
That means there's more gluten in it, and now it's absolutely ready to use.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is you want to make sure your counter is clean. And I'm going to move this over to my counter. I usually like to just make it into a log. And I just do this to make it simple to cut. You can get your...
Hare Krishna Mataji, Spaneshwari Lakshmi. So if we feel that our window pane is still not enough, just keep kneading it?
Yeah, just knead it for another 5 minutes.
Okay.
And in the meanwhile, I'm also taking a kadhai with some ghee to start frying my kachoris. I've been cooking in the morning, so it's the same ghee, but you can take a ghee and start to get it ready. Usually, what I like to do is, by now your mixture should also be cool. Mine is cool to handle. Yes, so we're going to move this mixture over here as well. And what I like to do
question,
is...
Mataji.
Yeah, just give me 1 minute. Let me finish this off because we have like literally 15 minutes and this is one of the most important steps. Okay, so what you want to do, what I usually like to do is I take a palmful of mixture and I make it into a ball. This makes the process of making kachoris very, very smooth. Okay, so you see I'm easily able to make a ball. Okay, I'm going to make a few balls and so we can at least have a good 4 kachoris. I can fit about 4. Yes, go ahead, Mataji.
Mataji, the ghee or oil which we use for frying, Mataji, can we reuse or we have to discard after a certain number of times?
So I use my ghee only once for frying and then I start using it for cooking. That's how I use my ghee. Oil should be used only once. After that, you should use it only for your body. That's what Ayurveda says. But ghee is still okay. So I use ghee once for frying and then I use it over, in sabjis because we cook only in ghee. So you start to make balls like these. Can you all see? Yeah, I think. Okay. So I'm easily able to form these balls up. If your mixture was a little too dry and it's a little crumbly, then maybe, oint your palms with some ghee and use it. And at the same time, I have rolled out my dough over here. The best part of this is that as many balls as you make, that many pieces of dough you can cut. Okay. So, but just for the interest of time, I'm not making all the balls of all the dough. And we're just going to cut. Now, the secret about good kachori is that your dough should not be too much or too little. Okay, so this is based on the size of my ball here. I have taken maybe, I would say, about an inch. And that would also depend on how thick your log is. But I've taken about an inch. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to spread it like this. You don't want your sides to be very thin because you're going to use the sides to flip over or to cover. But you want to make your base thin enough and then stretch. Now I'm going to take the ball that I made, put it inside, and now pull the sides over and clasp. If your dough is well made, it should be no problem for you to mold this. It's like, having a soft Play-Doh rather than having a hard Play-Doh. Now, all I'm going to do is make it into a ball, a stuffed ball, like you make malai kofta or, maybe a momo or something like this. So I'm not flattening it out yet. I'm just going to make this into balls. And we have only 10 minutes. So, Anand Gopika, what do we have after this?
Mataji, we have 10 minutes break and then there'll be Kirtan.
Okay, so we can go for another 10 minutes?
Yes, yes, I should be okay. Yeah.
Okay. So, but let's not aim for that. So I'm going to do the same thing. Put this here. And cover this up. If you have any extra, I've been doing this for a while, so normally I don't, but if you feel that the top has too much, then just pinch it out. Okay, and roll it into a good ball. So you can't even literally see where my seams are because my dough is soft and pliable. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple more. Press them down. Now, good kachori really means not having too much dough and not too little. All right. Now we're going to put this down here. One more. And from the look of it, I feel that I might get about 13 or 14 kachoris from this, but it all depends on your size. So you want to make it smaller, you can probably get a little bit more. But this is like a good size kachori. Pinch it up, and you have your ball. Okay.
Hare Krishna, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So if the dough is more, how would we recognize that we use the more dough, and if the dough is less? Like,
so basically what you want to do is you make all these balls out first.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I normally what I do, I make all those balls out first. So if I have about 15, I kind of make 15 cuts here.
Not in that sense, like in making the balls, like you're saying that the trick is to have the exact amount of dough.
Exactly. So the dough can be adjusted. Okay. I could use this much dough and still get away with it, or I could use a little bit more and still get away with it. So the secret of using all your ingredients is first you make the balls out. And it's easy. When you use a spoon and put a mixture, it's kind of falling out. And these balls, and the filling stays quite well. And at the same time, your filling stays inside.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mataji.
So as many balls of filling you have, that many, that much dough you can use.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take a little pinch of this dough and move over to my ghee. Now the ghee is another aspect that you want to be careful about. You don't want your ghee to be too hot or too cold. If you leave it too cold, your kachoris are going to be very oily. If you leave it too hot, then, it's not going to be crispy enough. So I'm just going to put a little bit of, and it takes a while for it to come up. That means it's good. If it comes up right away, then you need to turn this down. It's hot. But if I put this, you see, it's like swirling around, taking its time to come up. So my ghee is absolutely ready. I'm going to go over this one more time. The top seam is over here. Between my two palms, I am going to press this. and flatten this out to form a kachori. You see this? And I'm going to gently leave it inside. One more. You take the ball, my seam is on top. I'm going to flatten it out between my palms. Make sure there's nowhere it's coming out. Smoothen it out if you need to, or shape it a little bit if you want to. And then gently put it in. Same thing with the next one. I can do about 4 in this pan. So I'm going to do 4. Again, between my palms, flatten it out to the size you want. And then put them in. Same thing with the next one. Flatten it out between my palms. It's a good shape. And then add it. You want the flame to be like on a medium high. You want to give this enough time. I will not mess with it till the time all these bubbles are settled. I'm going to give it some time. I normally don't.
Mataji, quick question. Radhika here.
Yes. Yes, Mataji.
Mataji, you said that if the ghee gets hot, you just cool it. I mean, you just wait and lower the gas flame, or you just off it. But then ghee, if you see, if it gets hot, it becomes black, right? I mean, and the actual taste also varies, changes. Right. But is it still usable to go ahead, or we need to use a new batch of ghee?
Yeah, it just depends if you brought your ghee to smoking point. Now, just a minute. Now that I've seen that my bubbles have reduced, I'm going to gently flip this over. And you want to tap the kachoris in a way to help them fluff. Can you see how they're fluffing? I don't know if this camera is going to be able to show you. Yeah. But you gently tap. I'm going to take one out slightly. But can you see how it started to become thicker? No?
Like when a puri puffs up.
Yeah. Yes. So it's too hot to flip it over. But move me over to this camera and make it. So you see the thickness is kind of increased.
Yes, Mataji, we are able to see.
Yeah, we can see.
So by gently tapping, this means that your kachori is becoming now nice and khasta. Okay? So you want to gently tap, not like what I did right now. And let it cook. It takes a good 10 minutes for the kachori to actually, it will start, rising on top. And you know that the kachori is kind of cooking well. Okay? While this is cooking, let's look at our chutney. So this is how thick my chutney is right now. But for kachori, this is not how thick you want it. You want it thin. But don't add water to your entire batch because that will spoil your chutney. So after you strain that chutney over there, you have this thick. Usually what I do, I add 1/4 teaspoon of citric acid and I put it in an airtight container, and this can last you months. Okay? But for right now, and then I just take like a big spoonful and I add maybe 2 tablespoons of water, which we're going to do right now. And I'll show you the consistency of what you want. This is basically thick enough, okay? And remember, we have not added our salts yet. So before you preserve that, you want to add your salts in there. Okay. Now I'm just going to turn my kachoris over, and mine have fluffed up nicely. But it's still at the bottom of your pan. So you still want to cook it, and you want to cook it on medium-high flame so that gets this nice crispiness. Okay, so let's look at our consistency of our chutney. This is decent consistency. Okay, if you run short, you can also add 1 more tablespoon, but this is how I like to keep it for home.
So Mataji, this is how you store it, right?
No, I don't add water when I store it.
Oh,
I do
okay.
not add water when I store it. When
Okay.
I'm ready to use, I remove it and I add water.
Okay,
But
so
I don't add water when I store
so
it.
so you're strained. So if you strain it and then add your citric acid and your salt, and then
I
you store
usually
it.
strain it.
Uh-huh.
Then I take a little bit of ghee.
Uh-huh.
And I will show you right now. Maybe we can do this while the kachoris are cooking.
Okay.
So I take 1 spoon of ghee. I add a little bit of hing. Sometimes I add bay leaves. I add some whole jeera. I add the chutney, and I add some salt. Salt is also a preservative. You can add your black salt, you can add your regular salt, and then cool it down a little bit. Add your citric acid at the last minute, and then after it's completely cooled, you can add it to an airtight container and store it. Now, I don't know if you're able to see the kachoris, but now the kachoris are starting to rise.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I think the broadcasters who are working for the Zoom host would need some break, and also the Facebook Live will end in next few minutes because I think it goes maximum till 8 hours.
Sure, sure. So we're just going to another minute or so. Is that okay?
I'll let Balram or Apramay say how the technically it works.
It's fine for another minute, Mataji.
Okay, so we'll just get this out in another minute. It's kind of getting brown. So you can see the color, but it's not quite there. I'm going to speed this up. Just to speed it up, I'm going to go up a little bit. But now understand that, so for the chutney, you want to water this down a little bit, as much as you want to use. Add salt. And then after adding salt, it's going to have to be, you take a little bit of ghee, a little bit of hing, and put that chutney over. And then just give it a nice stir. And it's ready to be used then. Okay? And I just want to show you the color of the kachoris. I'm sure most of you all have eaten kachoris, but kachoris should be nice golden brown.
Mataji, how does that ghee and the hing help the chutney?
The ghee, and it's just enhancement of flavor. So anything, like you're a South Indian, and why do you do tadka on your chutney? It just enhances the flavor, right? And of course, a little bit of ghee also is a preservative, or a little bit of oil. But your main preservation is through your, less water and through your citric acid. And so my kachori is ready. And, just to respect everybody's time, I apologize. I think we went a little over. But I am going to take a kitchen towel. And I'm super stingy when it comes to using dishes. So I'm using the same dough that plate that I made my dough in. And I want to show you, it's a little lighter than I normally like it. But I think a minute or so would be good. If you happen to make this, I'd like to see some pictures. So ideally, it needs to be a little more than it is over here. Let's look at this. On this camera. So this is quite light. You want it to, but it's fluffed up well. You want it to be slightly more round. Okay? But if you touch it, it's absolutely crispy and flaky. I don't know if you can hear the sound, but
Yes, we can hear Mataji.
so it's very flaky. Okay, so I'm willing to let go of the call right now.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mataji. They just need like few, like
Yeah,
5
absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Govinda Priya Mataji, and I would definitely
Thank you
show
so
my
much.
pictures.
Thank you, Govinda Priya Mataji.
Thank you,
Jai
Mataji.
Hari Bol.
Thank you,
Hari Bol.
Mataji.
Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you,
Mataji.
Sacramento. Thank you, and
Thank you, Mataji.
Thank you. I want to thank Balram and Abramay. They have been doing live streams since morning continuously.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you, and Charu Nimai Prabhu for relaying the questions from YouTube.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you. We'll end the live.